Recording in progress.
From phila khona njani?
Ukhuluma no-MEC
Eh.
sengizofonela manje.
Wena
Isikhalo sakhe angazi noma usibekile yini kuwena.
Recording stopped.
Good morning, honorable members. I wish to greet you this morning as I welcome you to this meeting of the Portfolio Committee. And also I would like to greet the Department of Social Development and the MEC for Social Development in Gauteng. Before we start, I see that we are still being joined because we still have 1 minute to go, but I can see that the honorable members are on the platform. So I would like us to just take 1 moment for prayer and meditation. Thank you so much. So I was just greeting everyone that has joined us this morning, and I would also like to greet and welcome the teams that have come with the department and with the MEC for Gauteng and with the minister. I see the Honorable Deputy Minister is on the platform as well. Very welcome, Honorable Deputy Minister. There is a slight apology that I need to make on behalf of the MEC for Social Development in Gauteng, who has reached out to say that this day coincided with their provincial budget lekgotla, but she ensured that she prioritized
Recording in progress.
this meeting. So she will be with us. And the apology also that I need to make has to do with the protocols of how we go about these meetings. I need to apologize to the Honorable Deputy Minister and the Minister, if she's with us on the platform, that we know that the Minister needs to speak first, obviously as the National Minister, but for purposes of trying to accommodate this situation that the MEC has come forth and presented to us that the agenda is such that the MEC and the Department of Social Development in Gauteng be first on the agenda, so that we can release the MEC when she needs to leave us and join the budget lekgotla of the Gauteng Department of Social Development. And I think it's the entire cabinet of Gauteng that is at this lekgotla. So with that, I would like to hand over to our committee secretary to go through the processes that we need to go through before we start with our meeting. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Chairperson, the Deputy Minister and members of the committee. Chair, I will just flag the agenda to reflect what you've just explained to the members. Just 1 minute, Chairperson. The agenda is as follows. You will start, we're supposed to welcome us, which we have already did that. Sorry, Chair. Sorry, members. Okay. Chair, you just made a welcoming of members and the officials and MEC and Deputy Minister with us. Chair, we're supposed to do the introduction now that it's the first time to meet with the MEC and the officials as well. The next item, Chair, is supposed to be the adoption of the agenda as well as the apologies. And then, Chair, we will proceed to the proposal you have made that would start with the MEC, and then we'll get a overview from 9:15 to 9:30, and then we'll proceed with the presentation from the Provincial Department of Gauteng, TSD, and then from 10:15 to 11:15, we will have deliberation on the presentation, and then thereafter we'll proceed to get an overview from the National Minister, and then afterwards we proceed to receive a briefing from the National Department of Social Development on the NPO funding policy and the compliance and intervention taken. Thereafter, we'll have deliberations from 12 to 12:55, Chair, and then we will deliver your closing remarks from 12:55 to 1 o'clock. This is the present amended agenda, Chair, for your consideration and adoption. And Chair, it's safe to say that this meeting is constituted in line with the NA rules, and we are a quorum. We can make decisions in this meeting which are in line with the procedure for proper meetings. So I hand over to you, Chair, to facilitate the proceedings further. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Committee Secretary. I just would like you to make sure that we dispense with all the items that would come from your side by letting us know if there are any apologies, even before we do the introduction, so that when we take over, you've already done everything that needs to come from your side.
Chairperson, from my side, I didn't receive any apology, either from the committee as well from the department. I would say there are no apologies thus far. That has reached me.
Thank you so much, Committee Secretary. I would like to now ask that, as has been highlighted by the Secretary, that the honourable members introduce themselves for the benefit of at least our MEC that is coming to present to us, and everyone else that is on the platform. They need to know who the honourable members are that are in the committee and on the platform at the moment. I see that Honourable Munyai has his hand up.
Honourable Chairperson, the reason I was trying to raise my hand, I thought that there's an apology for the minister that needed to be forwarded, and I'm sure the deputy minister will speak to it when the time arises. But for now, I introduce myself. My name is Chididzi Mnyai, the member of this portfolio committee, coming from Gauteng, representing the African National Congress, the People's Glorious Movement.
Thank you, Honourable Munyai. May the next honourable member introduce themselves, please. Honourable Ramaila.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Chair, Minister, Deputy Minister, officials and colleagues on the platform. My name is Kemusin Stanley Ramaila, a member of the African National Congress from Limpopo. I have a pleasure of serving in this portfolio committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Ramaila. I see Honourable Shongo her hand is up.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to everyone on the platform. I am Stembile Mhlongo from Mpumalanga, representing the African National Congress, and I'm a member of this portfolio committee. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mhlongo. Honourable Abrams.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to everybody online. My name is Alexandra Abrams. I'm a member of this portfolio committee, Chairperson. And I do hope that when we get introductions from the officials that, we can switch on our cameras just to see who they are. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Honorable Abrahams. Honorable Rev Tabaza.
Gwaza Mkhonto Gwaza sibingelele sihlalo lona uReverend Nhlanhla Gcwabaza ilunga le-MK Party oyimember yele portfolio committee. Siyabonga.
Thank you, Honorable Tabaza. I don't see any other hands, but I do see that, yes, Honorable Msweni. Please go ahead, Honorable Msweni. You are muted at the moment.
Good morning, Chairperson. I'm sorry to delay. This is Honorable Msweni. I'm a member of this committee, sending by MK Party. I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Msweni. You are welcome. I don't know, I can't remember whether we welcomed you the last time we met, but you are welcome to the Portfolio Committee. I also would like to welcome Honorable Mhlongo, although I knew she was back with us, but I don't think she has had an opportunity to be in the meeting in the past. So you are welcome, Honorable Mhlongo. I don't see any other member. Oh, Honorable Mare, I can see you now. And Honorable Tong after that.
Good morning, Chairperson and everyone on the group here. My name is Paulnita Mare. I'm in the portfolio of social development and I'm from the Free State, Bloemfontein, Mangaung, and I'm from the Economic Freedom Fighters. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mare. Honorable Tong.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Christina Tong, deployed by the ANC from the Northwest Province.
Thank you, Honorable Tong. That would be all. As Lindiwe has said, that we are a quorum as the members that are on the platform at the moment, and she had not received any apologies. I would like to just move for the adoption of this agenda, please, as having been presented to us.
I move for the adoption of the agenda. My name is Chirizimnyai, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nyai. Any seconder of the adoption of the agenda?
I second Chair Ramaila.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ramaila. So our agenda, as having been sort of amended and presented before the meeting started, is going to be the agenda we are going to use going forward. Now, since we have changed the order of things, it feels awkward that I'm asking the Minister or the Honorable Deputy Minister to stay. To wait for later, but I have to do this for reasons that I have articulated earlier on. I will now ask welcome the MEC for social development in the Gauteng province. I nearly said region. In the Gauteng province, the Honorable Mazibuko and her team. We have the committee has adopted the agenda with the changes that you reached out for us to accommodate on the agenda. So you can take over, Honorable Mazibuko, with your team and take us through. The MEC is here to brief us on the state of NPOs and funding policy in that province. So it is over to you, Honorable Mazibuko.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And good morning to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. And
Tobito.
oi, oi. Good morning to the Deputy Minister. And good morning to all the important stakeholders that have joined us this morning. Chair, I must truly appreciate my request and you agreeing, and the members of the committee also agreeing to our request. Currently, Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee, we are in the budget, and we are hoping for money out of the adjustment budget. Like the minister presented last week, Minister Kotongwani, so province also will be presenting on the 26th. Is it 26th or 30th? My apology. I might be, on the 22nd. So usually as cabinet, we then have a budget whereby we look at the urgent needs out of the priorities that we'll have identified. And what we have requested is the more money for NPOs, because in the current financial year for NPOs, we only allocated 1.9 billion. And if you look at the requests that were received from the various NPOs, far exceeds what was allocated in the previous financial year. Chair, with me, I'm with the CFO of the department. In situations whereby there are monies that are being asked about, he'll be in a better situation to be able to respond. I'm also with the Chief Director responsible for the NPOs and sustainable livelihoods. I forgot to mention the name of the CFO. His name is Mr. Johann Strauss. And the Chief Director responsible for NPOs and sustainable livelihoods, his name is Soli Ndweni. I'm also with Chief Director responsible for risk, Chief Risk Officer. Yes, that's the English that they use. Her name is Natalie Singh. So I'm with the three officials. The acting HOD is currently on leave, and the acting of the acting is sitting in the budget meeting. I said she must go sit there and monitor anything that has to do with our department, so that then out of what we have consolidated, she's also able to assist in ensuring that she does present. Chair and members of the committee, we have been requested to come and brief the committee pertaining the state of NPOs and our funding policy. We must acknowledge that since the beginning of this new financial year, it has been a crisis after crisis. I'm aware that NPOs have also been complaining to the department and also to the National Portfolio Committee pertaining how Gauteng mishandled their issues. Some of them, they found themselves having to operate without funding for almost 2 quarters. They only managed to get their tranche during the 3rd quarter. But what we've also done is to ensure that we always have a meeting and update all NPOs. We always have these engagements so that then we also keep them abreast of what is actually happening, Chair. And truly, time and again, we've been apologizing for inconveniencing all of them. And even the Premier of the province has also apologized on behalf of the Gauteng provincial government that indeed we did inconvenience them, especially out of the services that they provide on behalf of the department. But over and above, as part and parcel of the caring government that we are, what actually befell on them, it's something that is unfathomable, that nobody can fathom. But we are in this mess, but we've tried to resolve it. And so far, many of them have managed to get their tranches. And we've even recalled some of them for the 3rd quarter and the 4th quarter to come forward to come and sign their SLAs. And indeed, most of them did come forward, and most of them have already started receiving their tranches for the 3rd quarter and the 4th quarter. Chair, that's where we are able to pick up that we might have challenges, especially of funding the new NPOs. So what has happened during the crisis, Chair and members of the committee and Deputy Minister, was that it was agreed that all NPOs should be funded based on the previous financial year of 2023-2024. So use that model of how they were funding them by then. So it means if you have applied in 2022-2023 and you were processed, obviously the allocation that you got for 2023-2024 will be the same model that will be used in this current financial year. And that's how most of the new NPOs were not necessarily accommodated. So with this adjustment budget, Chair and members of the committee were hoping that we might get money to also take care of the new NPOs, so that then those that did sign their SLAs and those that managed to come forward and submit their business plans and they meet their criteria. Site visits have already been done, and I must indicate that those that actually are complying, they've actually been called to come and sign their SLAs again, so that then with the as soon as Treasury is able to, our provincial Treasury is able to confirm budget, we are able to check how much did each request vis-a-vis what we will have received as part of the adjustment, and be able to cut this pie amongst all of those that will be able to qualify to be able to get that funding. We've already started open, in fact, it has closed funding proposals for the coming financial year of 2025-2026. Indeed, I must indicate the response was very great, and the paneling has already started, and we are hoping by January, most of them will actually be getting their responses. What I'm reliably told also is that site visits have already started out of all those that have managed to apply for the funding that will be starting in the coming financial year. So hopefully everything is on track. We won't be able to see the mishaps that actually happened in the 6th administration, but as the 7th administration, we have everything on track. So the committee has invited us to actually come and brief the committee about the state of the NPOs here in Gauteng, and also our funding policy. Obviously, our presentation, Chair will be focusing on the policy and the number of NPOs whose funding was terminated, and the reasons thereof, and the interventions that we've taken as the department, and the NPO compliance in the province and interventions taken to address it, and also the findings of the AG in relation to the 2023-2024 financial year and the actions that have been taken in order to address them. Without any waste of time, Chair, I'll hand over to Chief Director Solin Dweni, who will take us through the presentation, Chairperson. And thank you very much for allowing me to excuse myself by 9:30. They'll remain in the meeting, and any other question or any other inputs, I'm sure that I will be able to attend to them. Thank you very much, Chair. Let me hand over to Soli. Soli, please start speaking.
Good morning to the Chair and honorable members. The introduction has already been made. I trust that I'm audible on your end, Chairperson and honorable members. I realize that I'm not having the right to share the presentation. I've just requested the Secretariat to please share the presentation so that I could just proceed as indicated.
I believe you can share from your side, Mr. Ndweni. I've just seen you being given co-hosting rights. But you can go ahead the way that you would like to go.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Did I hear you saying I have been given rights and I can proceed to Chair? Did I capture you well?
Yes, you did. I was saying that as you were speaking, I saw that you on the screen that you were being made a co-host which means that you can actually share your presentation from your side. But if you have made any other different arrangement, then you can go ahead and do that. Thanks.
Chair, I think indeed I am able to share. I'm just verifying whether this is the presentation. If I can just get an indication whether it's visible on your end so that we could start.
Yes, it is. Thank you so much.
Thank you ever so much. Let's take the opportunity. The brief that we're given, Chair and honorable members, was to cover these 5 key areas. Firstly, to reflect on the policy that we normally would follow in funding, managing, and monitoring the NPOs. We will then cover how many are funded, if there were those that were terminated, and what is the latest in terms of that termination and the reason thereof. We'll also cover, Chair, Honorable Chair, the interventions taken to assist affected beneficiaries in the event there is adverse finding on an NPO. NPO compliance will be the 4th area we cover, and the intervention to address minimal or interruption to the service. And in conclusion, we will also reflect on what were the findings for the year that was, financial year 23-24 financial year, and we could also reflect in brief where we are with that. Just, I won't spend much time on this particular slide because it's something that might be the members, honorable members, might be well aware. But just to remind honorable members in terms of ordinarily, these would be the areas that we focus on the constitution that informs us, our day-to-day and how we manage this, the PFMA, the treasury regulation, the issues relating to administrative justice, in whether it's how we do funding, whether we communicate unfavorable decision with them, and such. Also, Chair, in all of the funding areas that we have from Program 2 to Program 5, there would be a specific legislation that relates to that particular area. A case in point here would be your Older Persons Act, as it would regulate how we manage, fund, and protect senior citizen, as it were, etc. So basically, this is just the regulatory framework that I will not mark to waste time. So the sector funding policy will then be the, if you like, the Bible that we all use insofar as the funding of the NPO is concerned. This is one piece of policy that really assists in saying what informs, guides, and drives and underpins the kind of work we do in Gauteng Department of Social Development, as we push the relentless work of ensuring that we give services to the vulnerable groups. The key areas, Chair, is really on the how we manage the performance monitoring as it relates to the funding that we will provide, and we will touch on this a little bit in terms of the presentation. Issues of transformation, equitable distribution of funding, but most importantly, do we cover equitable access? Are there any areas that were previously disadvantaged and now they're receiving the services? The monies that we give, Chair, will not be enough. So without partnerships, in some instances, we can only fund to a certain amount it's a funding. And we would also expect the NPOs to also get partnership to get this, but also partnership as it relates to IGR framework, working with municipalities, working with other national departments, if you like, the vertical and horizontal alignment that it's there in the IGR Framework Act. It also assists in how we should be planning and budgeting for the allocation of these services, as it were, and we will sort of also outline how this process is undertaken, as it were. The daunting task of making sure that the rand that is spent for these services is used for the intended benefit but most importantly, Chair, how we manage these finances to make sure that we accrue value for money and make sure that the vulnerable groups benefit at the end of the day. Last but not least, the issues relating to monitoring as it relates to the APP and how these monies are outlined. So what we did for some time in memorial, we had to then take the prescripts in the Constitution, take the sector funding policy and say, what and how would we then manage the NPO? And to this end, we are guided as Gauteng Social Development by the standard operating procedure, that relates to the business planning process. This regulates the following areas, Chair. One, the submission of business plan is not done haphazardly. It is done to the latter in terms of how the standard operating procedure is indicating. Firstly, we would then advertise, make sure that the process is transparent. The allocation should also be fair, so there's a clear adjudication process. And last but not least, it is the accounting officer that received this recommendation, make sure that we followed the standard operating procedure and followed our own policies insofar as this is concerned. So submission of business plan, that's with the advert. I think the MEC has alluded to the fact that the advert for 25-26 call for proposal, let me put it that way, has just closed and we're finalizing that. The funding application will then be outlined on the call for proposal, the criteria on what we will be funding for which areas. And in some instances, we go to an extent of introducing a proactive funding, the areas that we need funding and the kind of services that we need, etc. The assessment of funding of application is highly regulated as well. There's a set criteria or who sits from the panel perspective and how is the assessment done, how is the award done, so that it is fair, consistent, in keeping with the provision of the Constitution where it indicated that in any matter about administration, it must be fair, it must be consistent. Similarly, with the approval, it's not anyone who can approve, only the accounting officer having considered the SOP and the business planning processes. A distribution of the approved individual budget, under no circumstances in Gauteng would we fund any of these NPO unless that particular funding was preceded by a set of areas, meaning we visited, we confirmed its existence, we saw the programs through our social services professional, and by the time we say now we're distributing and the approved budget, it's with understanding that it is informed by those. And subsequently, Chair, the service level agreement, and please excuse how we use the terminology in Gauteng. I know in the sector funding policy, it is referred as the TPA, transfer, it uses the word transfer. In our case, we use SLA, which is service level agreement. But where you see TPA and SLA, they just mean one and the same thing. All the NPO that we would be funding will then be subjected to a service level agreement that outlines the areas we're funding on, what we're funding, how much we're funding, and for how long. This is to enable us to, it makes it easier, Chair, for us to do the effective monitoring from a program point of view and from the financial point of view. And I must say, over the years, our internal audit, commonly known as Gauteng Audit Services, has really worked on this SLA. So it's a document that every year it is updated to make sure that it closes the gaps. There is also a stringent way in which we pay NPOs in Gauteng. This is done through a social care system called Superzilla, and where there's a creation of contract once it is signed, and the partnership and finance team, which falls under my responsibility, will upload for this to be funded, and the CFO's teams would then be the ones that are taking the button for it to be paid. In Gauteng, this is something that is done digitally, and we are also able to track through the bus system who was paid and all that. Similarly, Chair,
my sincere apologies, Mr. Ndweni. Please allow me, because I see that the time is about when the MEC is around leaving. I do not want her to disappear without me, on behalf of the committee, having acknowledged her overview and the laying out of what has been happening in the province in terms of the Department of Social Development. And her in medicine and other places, they say the 50% of the healing is in the acknowledgement that one has a condition that needs to be medicated and healed. So the minister has been very open this morning to say that it was unfathomable what was happening, and it led to a mess that she says, now we are in a mess, but we have to work with it. And she even mentioned a word, crisis. So we are we acknowledge this, and we are grateful because those are marks of a leader that is saying, I am coming in here, I agreed to be here, so I am going to work with what I have. But she also made an undertaking that the 7th Parliament of the Social Development Department in Gauteng is up to the task and is working flat out, even as they are in the budget now. It is to make sure that they secure as much funding as is needed, although it might never be 100%, but they will do their best in trying to make sure that the adjustments accommodate the gaps that have been created, but by the situation she outlined so eloquently. So MEC, when it is time for you to leave, I believe very strongly that you are leaving us with a team that is capable of taking us through the presentation, and also to respond to what I believe will be very comprehensive deliberations, because the committee would have wanted you to be there, but obviously we have to work with the context that we find ourselves in. So if at any time the time arrives, from my side, you are excused, and we thank you very much for having honored the invitation of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you so much. I nearly said Honorable Mtweni. I will hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and truly appreciate it. But I will try my utmost to make sure that I've requested Premier just to come with my gadgets into the meeting. Usually gadgets are not allowed in, so as to be able to also follow the presentation, Chair. But let me truly appreciate your you accommodating the predicament I have. Like you rightly say, this is a team. I always call them Izungudu. These are the Ngudus that are familiar with everything that we're doing. Thank you very much, Chair. I will exit the meeting.
Over to you, Mr. Ndweni.
Thank you ever so much, Chair. I just, Honorable Chair, forgot to just check how much time I have, because I really need to work within, but it's only about 10 slides.
You have until 10:15.
That's enough time.
More
Yeah,
than
I'll
enough.
also spare sometimes for Q&A so that we
Yes.
spend enough. Yeah. So
Okay.
thank you for that, Honorable Chair. So in terms of the last part, the subsequent subsidy payment, the only point that I just wanted to emphasize here, Chair, is that despite the fact that you've given us, we've signed an SLA with an organization, it does not automatically mean the payment would be given to them for once of the whole year. So it is paid in tranches. But even so, your payment of second quarter is dependent on how you fared on the preceding quarters and all that. That's the only thing that, so that at least we manage the effective budget and make sure that the NPOs delivered on those issues. This one is more operational, Chair, so I'll just give a high-level summary that we also are guided as part of the SOP and the policy on NPO on the NPO financial and monitoring SOP, where we will do the unannounced visits, we'll do the site visit, and based on what the findings are, NPOs are given time to correct those remedial action within a reasonable time. And should they not do that, because these are public funds and they must be accounted for, we normally will serve them with suspension letters, and I will talk to the contingency plan on what then happens to the beneficiaries should that situation prevail or obtain. In brief, Honorable Chair, this is just the process that we follow. We will then follow the priorities as set by the principles that this will stem from the State of the Nation address, the SOPA, the budget vote, the Minister for Social Development speech in terms of the budget speech, and that will curtail into saying these are the elevated priorities for us. So by the time we do the advert, this must be fully aligned with those priorities. Submission of business plans normally happens around the 30th, but this year, for next year, we just completed or it closed now in October, and we are busy with the consolidation and the visit. And the business plan assessment process is currently underway for next year, including the site visits, the pre-verification, and early in Jan, we will then, when we come back, start with the panels will happen this year, where NPOs having applied, they will also be called to present their business plan and the engagement happen. And then after that, there'll be a recommendation, final allocation, final SLA, and we off to the first payment of the tranche, and services will then continue. In terms of the brief, we were asked to reflect, Honorable Chair, on the funding for last financial year. Last year, which was 23-24, we've spent about 2.1 billion in the allocation, and this went to Program 2 for welfare services, which accounted for around 833 SLA or transfer payment agreement. For children and families, it was 302. For restorative program 4289 and sustainable livelihood, which is development and research, we had about 167. So the number of transfer payment agreement was 1,591. Okay, I must hasten to explain this part. This does not translate to number of NPOs, because in some instances, especially in programs like your OVC, HIV and AIDS, you have one or two SLAs or TPAs that are signed by one organization, but you'd find that there's more agreement than you'd have. But in essence, Chair, this is the sum total of money that we've spent. We were also requested to reflect on the funded for last year, but also those that were terminated, what were the reasons and what could have happened. Of the 1,591 agreements we had, there was only 31 transfer payment agreements that we had to suspend. And these were the common areas. Excuse me, firstly, issues of governance and mismanagement of funds, we take those seriously. The manner in which you handle your affairs, the manner in which you handle your finances. And when we suspend you, it is because that particular NPO or the governance structure failed to at least intervene on the remedial action, because they'll be given that opportunity. There are instances where if it's that serious and there's a suspicion of fraudulent activities in working with the Office of the Premier, then we will have criminal charges being laid. So if you are in this, of the 31, the ones that were affected by governance and mismanagement, they were given time to correct it, and those that did not correct will then redirect the funds to other NPOs, and we shall talk to in the subsequent slide. Very disturbing, which is something that most NPOs could manage. They know that after each year, they must then update their registration certificate, because once it expires, Chair, we are not allowed to continue to fund an NPO that is not duly registered, and a number of time when their registration certificate expires, which is the NPO, it creates a problem for us. And we follow that, working with acting DDG, and the team to check whether they are still registered, etc. The other bigger challenge, Chair, and I think this cuts across all provinces, it's the certificates that that expires relating to food handling, that relates to occupancy certificates, and the municipalities must come maybe to do certain things, and you'd find that in some instances there's some delay. And what we normally do, we'll give them a condonation. Condonation would mean we give you 3 months, sometimes a month, for you to register or get your papers right, so that there's minimal interruptions to the services. The treasuries and the secretaries, if you like, or board members that are resigning because they should be replaced within reasonable time, and because we want the governance structures of these NPOs to be intact. So if you continue to perpetually not correct and taking decision, we normally, you'll be a candidate for suspension. The other serious one is that every 6 months, if you're not going to give us your financials in terms of how you spend the money in the last 2 quarters, Chair, that becomes a serious matter for us. NPOs that did not reach the 80-20 beneficiaries target, and I'll explain this. Because beneficiaries is a number that fluctuates, Chair. We've sort of developed a ruling that says if a quarter has 3 months, on average, you need to have a minimum of 80% of your clientele being there, because of sometimes you have clients that will not come for a service. But should you hit below 80%, that is a red flag for us, because we are funding for those particular. So if here we don't suspend you, but we'll just adjust the what you call the budget accordingly. It was also important just for us, Chair, to reflect as of end of Q1, the number of service level agreement that we had signed was 1,578, and this accounts for 806 NPOs, and this would be the disaggregation per program. But out of interest, this is how it disaggregated in terms of the region. In the Ekurhuleni, commonly known as the Eastern region, because it's a metro, 377, Johannesburg 404. At head office, there's just few, which is 28 Chair, and Southern Corridor, CD Bank 241, North Rand 285. As it can be seen, the bigger the metro, the more NPOs they would normally, or programs they will normally have. This is just to reflect that as of the 29th of October this year, this number here, the 1,578 agreements, accounts for 806 NPOs, and all of them by the 29th, they have already been paid to a tune of 1.2 billion, and this goes from program 2 to program 5. The key question we were asked: what happens when how do you then deal with when you suspend a service or an NPO? Sorry, Honorable Chair, or when you suspend a particular program? It is there in our service level agreement that there should be minimal interruption to the service. So we've introduced a clause commonly known as the temporary administrator chair. So what would obtain, Honorable Chair, is that should you consistently and perpetually fail to comply by correcting whatever that we've picked up, we will then look at an NPO of similar objective in the vicinity, and then we'll ask and request formally the board of that particular NPO to manage the affairs of that particular defaulting, if you like, or transgressing NPO until the matters are sorted. This is done for two primary reasons, Chair, because we've seen that that affects the flow of services. Secondly, it affects the salaries being paid, because once you are a red flagged NPO, we are not going to even use your bank account to deposit money. Hence, we'll redirect that too. So this basically just say any breach of the agreement, we will get an alternative NPO. But this is a temporary measure until the issues are resolved. We were also requested to indicate how do we deal with intervention to address non-compliance. Working with our counterparts at head office, we have a Know Your NPO campaign where we go to regions, districts, and do campaigns we call NPOs, even those that were not funding, Chair, so that we can continuously assist them to know what is expected insofar as the funding is concerned. Of late, we are beginning to talk to other Gauteng Province Department, Health, Safety, those that are also funding NPO in other spheres, so that we can give them that support in terms of the NPO, and so that we are sure that their NPO are compliant and whatnot. And these are the lessons from Life Domain, as it were. As I conclude, this is the last slide. We were also just asked to reflect on the state of the what were the key findings in the 23-24 financial year. Of the 22 findings from the Auditor General, we had 3 that related to the NPO. The first one really related to the visits that the AG did, and this is a highly summarized slide, Chair. Should the additional information be required, we could provide that, but it's also captured in the annual report for last year. Firstly, the finding on the visits were that some of the monitoring reports were incorrectly enlisting NPOs that were suspended. In fact, there was one NPO that was not suspended, and it was included there, which was just an administrative error, which we will definitely correct. The other one was that the AG ran what they call CAAT. Basically, it's when they take the ID numbers of the beneficiaries in residential facilities for older person, and they run that against the system of Home Affairs called HANIS. Then they will pick up that there are NPOs that perhaps in the last month or in the last quarter did not update their database, and they might have included beneficiaries who might have been deceased. And what we did for this current financial year, because we don't have that system yet, for quarter 1, we will then take all the database. Our sister department, eGov, that deals with IT related, will then run this against that database just to make sure that we don't have a repeat of that. Then there was also, and I will skip because on this one, they will have, AG will have said there was not much impact, but it was an issue of us tightening that control deficiency. The second one, as I conclude, they're related on the subsidies to NPOs. There was an isolated incident where they were questioning, how did you pay an NPO that changed their banking details, something like along those lines, because it is considered that the account was closed. So and we could not detect and all that. And then we then had to explain what happened. The NPO in question did not indicate the change of banking account beforehand, hence it bounced back. But that has been resolved. The last one, Chair, is the one that we really had serious agreement, and I mean serious disagreement, sorry, with AG. They were saying there are 3 NPOs who are funding, and in their own assessment, the funding of those NPOs is not within the mandate of the department. I'll just cite 2 examples. The first one, it was the NPOs that were funding for hair and beauty. And under sustainable livelihood, we will fund NPO, we will fund, and this is a flagship program where we fund child support grant beneficiaries, the mothers of those children, for them to do hair and nails, and then they exit with a starter pack so that they can start their own business, because not everyone that we train is able to be absorbed by the market. And they felt that that is not our mandate. Secondly, we also funded a project that was doing agriculture, and they felt that that must be funded by agriculture. But here's an issue, Chair, that we felt AG perhaps could not conceive as we do. We can fund an agriculture project on the strength that it will create employment for those that are participating there, etc., etc. And our choice of agriculture is simply because we have seen research, even during the hard lockdown, that was saying agriculture during the hard lockdown was the only sector that was resilient. And we needed to fund sectors that would be resilient, because we fund you for 13 years and we must exit you. In essence, Chair, those were the findings that they had, and those were the differences that we had. We request that the committee note the report, and I will just pause for any other additions from the 2 team members that I have. CFO and CRO, will there be any inputs? Okay, they are signaling that I have sufficiently covered the areas, Chairperson. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ndweni, for the presentation and for covering the issues that we requested in our invitation as the portfolio committee. How well and how comprehensive and how succinct it was will be in the deliberations that are about to take place. But I need to thank you so much for that presentation, and appreciate the fact that there seems to be a process that is being followed, and but let us hear from the members of the portfolio committee. But you have my appreciation for the presentation. Honorable members, here is the presentation. Can we have your comments, please, and questions? I see the hand of Honorable Munyai and the hand of Honorable Abrams and the hand of Honorable Ramaila and the hand of Honorable Mhlongo and the hand of Honorable Tafeni and the hand of Honorable Rev Kwabaza. And then the hand of Honorable Mare. If we can just go in that order, I will guide in case you forget where you fit in the list, but I will guide you if that need arises. For now, I will hand over to Honorable Munyai.
Thank you very much indeed, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. I will first and foremost thank you.
Chairperson, there's a point of order, Chairperson. Chairperson.
There's a point of order.
The honourable member needs to change his background. This is a parliament, an extension of parliament. And you cannot have party backgrounds on our committee meeting. If you can please rule on that, and if the member can either change his background. Thank you.
Okay. The Honorable Nyai, that
Can
was
I-
a point
Can
of
I
order.
talk to that? Can I talk to
Yes.
that?
Yeah.
I was not aware that the background that I have is that of the party
Yes.
that I belong to. I must apologize because I know the rules
Yes.
that is not allowed. In
Right.
this context, allow me, Chairperson, to close the video so
Yeah.
that in the interest to respect the rules of Parliament
Yes.
and the conduct of members in this regard.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, esteemed Honorable Chairperson. First and foremost, for really convening the Gauteng Provincial Guard Department on social development so that we can hear from them, not from the third party's voices, not from the weaponized media, but from themselves with the facts of what they do. And I think I need to welcome the presentation of Honorable MEC and the official that we're presenting and clarify us on the issues. I'm not anti-NGOs raising their concern and frustration with the portfolio committee, nor the department, nor the ministry. But it's better that those that are elected to lead those provinces are invited, and you have agreed to do that with respective of all the provinces. I must say, Honorable Chairperson, and I think the issue of them previous crises or that was as a consequences of what was happening there. I'm happy that the new Honorable MEC is attending to these issues. I'm very glad that she is intervening. The issues has been there. MEC herself acknowledged these challenges that are there. But I'm happy about the practical and urgent mechanism that the MEC is taking forward to respond to the most strategic, I must say, partners of the department with respect to their mandate. But however, Chairperson, I must say that the Act requires that the department also regulate, work with the civil society organization, regulate and support them. That's a critical clarity of the section of the Act that governs NGO from the previous one of 1976 of apartheid with the amended section of that Act. It also speaks about regulation support. So I'm very happy that the MEC of Gauteng has taken a practical and urgent steps to intervene on the areas of concerns, especially to pay the NGO. You know, because this NGO, Honorable Chairperson, they are resolving societal challenges, be it from the GBV, be it at issues of the drugs, be it on issues of number of issues, Honorable Chair. And I know in the Portfolio Committee, we have expressed how desperately we need the government to be able to support NGO. We have received presentation here by various NGO, and which indicated the limitation of support of non-payment in Gauteng. In fact, they themselves, they call it a crisis. And I'm very glad that the MEC and the department, they are addressing those crises that have been raised both by the NGO, both by the honorable members before the Portfolio Committee, and both by the MEC and in anticipation of resolution of these issues. And also I must appeal, this is my last input, I must appeal, Honorable Chair, that funding, austerity measure that cut funding on social development is neglecting the future of our country. Precisely because this funding, it ends up in the hands of the NGO in helping our poor community in conflict with the substance abuse, in conflict with the law, in conflict with the issues relating to GBV and abuse of women and children. And also, some they are educating this society, moving them away. Some they are educating them, skilling them to move them away from even the SRD grant and any form of grant to link with employment and economic opportunities. I thank you very much. I welcome this presentation. It's give me a sense of clarity. And I'm glad, Chair, that you have convened this meeting with the Gauteng Provincial Department on Social Development. And I'm sure these have to be replicated, as you said, in our previous meeting with various provinces, because we want to get the state of affairs on the funding of the NPO and the relationship that you have with this NGO. I'm glad, Chair, for the opportunity. I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Miyai, for those words, and in fact, it was comments as opposed to it being a question. So thank you for that. I will now hand over to Honorable Abrams.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for the presentation. Chairperson, I have been writing to the chair of this committee since the previous term to, please invite the Gauteng MEC and the department, the Gauteng Department of Social Development, to present to Parliament. So my list of questions are many, and I must say thank you for finally getting Gauteng DSD here, and it now is unfortunate that the MEC have to attend to other business, because it's been a long time coming that we needed to have this engagement. Chairperson, I read the national sector funding policy, and there are keywords which are repeated in almost all of the subsections in that the SFP, and those words are fair, it's equitable, it's transparent, it's accountable, timely. Other words are reasonable, partnership, mutual respect, and constitutional obligations. Yet and I'll speak for myself here, and when we engage with members of the public and NGOs in the sector, and what is reported by journalists who are doing incredible work in uncovering things in the space, these words are not reflected in what is coming back to us as public reps. In quite fact, it's the contrary when it comes to Gauteng. In most cases, NGOs are threatened. They are, which contradicts the funding policy. NGOs, SLAs, TPAs, they are changed without consultation. They are then threatened by officials to sign these SLAs, saying that if they don't sign these SLAs, they won't get any funding, or their registration status won't be renewed, and so forth. There are also threats, and we heard so 2 weeks ago, where government says they'll take over shelters, or they'll take over the service that NGOs are rendering. And this leaves the sector in a very unsure state. Chairperson, this also creates a culture of fear, culture of victimization, distrust and uncertainty. And I don't think any body should be operating in that space, especially when they're delivering on constitutional mandates and rendering this critical service on behalf of government, the poor and vulnerable. Chairperson, I also like to just take some time to speak about compliance at the municipal level. In some situations, these certificates are a painstaking task, Chairperson. Municipalities are done the relationship with municipalities and NGOs is extremely poor. In some cases, it takes years and hundreds of thousands of rands in order to become compliant. And I'm not too sure, and this is a question to Gauteng, is there a unit in the province within the NPO directorate that is plays a liaison role that it can assist NGOs with the relevant municipalities? Because Chairperson, in the presentation, it says they get a condonation for a month and 3 months. But the question is, what happens when those certificates from municipalities take longer than a month and longer than 3 months? Surely the blame of municipalities failing to come to the party cannot be placed on NPOs rendering their service. Chairperson, I just want to spend some time on the attitude of officials, which also comes up very often. And it must be said, Chairperson, that there are probably a few rude officials on a power trip who give the entire, all officials doing fantastic work, other officials doing fantastic work, a real bad and negative reputation. And I do hope that the department can attend to that and that there is a mechanism whereby anonymous reporting can be done on officials who go out and threaten and victimize and just assert some kind of power over these NGOs. Chairperson, the presentation speaks of partnership, and partnership is also in the funding policy. But NGOs cannot get funding elsewhere if they don't have their registration and if they don't have their compliance, which once again, and compliance certificates, which once again goes back to the municipalities. And that is why I ask, what more can be done to help the NGOs when they have to engage with the municipalities? Chairperson, I also, part of the letter that I wrote in the previous administration, and again to you, touched on three things back then that I'd like some clarity on. And the one is the issue of substance abuse in the province of Gauteng. I would like to know what is the status of this in-house substance abuse farm where youth were going to be going to get rehabilitated. What is the department's position on that? Also, Chairperson, I watched a video whereby a NGO within substance abuse that the department has been funding for over 10 years, they were presented with a letter to say that they've been under investigation. And only when the media and journalists got involved, thankfully, did that letter become rescinded, and suddenly there was no investigation that was pending for this NGO, and then they got their funding. So, Chairperson, in light of the presentation we also receive complaints from the sector, and we see these legitimate complaints from the sector. And I must ask the question, is that what we are classifying as an administrative error? Because to send a letter to say that you are facing an investigation and then suddenly there's no investigation, that is a very serious administrative error that has real life consequences, not only on the staff of NGOs who are also supporting their families and not even being paid well. They aren't being paid the way officials and social workers in government are being paid. They're being paid far less. And not to mention the vulnerable people making use of that NGO. Then, Chairperson, I've also got an outstanding query on the GBV shelters. And in 2020, the then Minister of Public Works handed over shelters to two provinces, Western Cape and Gauteng, for the purpose of gender-based violence shelters. And just yesterday, we had our 16 days of activism debate. and the issue of shelters and the issue of women being turned away because they don't have enough bed space and there's not enough funding. Those are all issues that are come to our doorstep. So I'd like to get clarity from the Gauteng department. Why are those shelters not being used for the purpose that they were intended? Why are the security officials, security guards who are living in those buildings because they need to protect the buildings from being invaded, instead of housing women and their children who are fleeing domestic violence? So that's the other issue. Then, Chairperson, part of the original request was this matter of officials threatening to close child protection organizations because they run baby savers. And when I submitted a written question, the reply I got recently was that Gauteng department is just conducting investigation and they are seeking, they're on a fact-finding mission, but they've sent their legal representatives in on a fact-finding mission. And what I've been told is that the department has all the information, yet they still go around and threaten organizations who are saving babies' lives with these directives. So it was that issue. And then, Chairperson, and that is why I say I've got a lot, and I hope that they have taken notes and I will be answered. The Gauteng department, why has the Gauteng department not disclosed the adjudication report for NPOs? If one of the words in that policy is transparent, why is the Department of Gauteng not being transparent with the NGOs so that NGOs can understand where they have gone wrong and so they can correct the organizations and, you know, hopefully apply for funding in the future. The report has not been made publicly available, and I'd like to know why not and when they'll be making that report available. And I'd also like to know, Chairperson, if we can please get given a list of the actual NPOs that are being funded, because when we get contacted for I am stranded or I need food or I need this, we need to be able to know where we can send community members to the right NPOs, and that information is not readily available on the website. So we do need that information. Also, Chairperson, I would like to know what is the status of the court order, because Gauteng Care Crisis took the department to court earlier this year, and I'd like to know what is the status of that court order. Have they been able to keep up with that court order? And then also, Chairperson, the reason that has been that I've read, and this is where the department needs to provide clarity, for the serious delays in payment of the NGOs and where we found ourselves in this crisis at the beginning of the year, was because there was a decision to withdraw these decision-making powers from the regional offices and centralize it at provincial office. And so they took control for all of the funding applications without having the necessary support to do so, or the knowledge in the different regions. Who made this decision and what motivated this decision? Was something not going right in the regional offices that they could no longer handle this process? Why did this process have to come to the province, knowing that there isn't support? And that's what, you know, put us in, started this snowball of non-payment to NGOs. Chairperson, I will leave it there. And I think the last question or point I just want to raise, oh yes, the 3 NGOs that the AG flagged, if we can please have the details of those 3 NGOs. The presenter mentioned one, the hair and beauty training. He then mentioned agriculture, but he gave no further detail of what the NPO was supposed to be doing in agriculture. And then there was a third one, that was not mentioned. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Abrams. I will now hand over to the Honorable Ramaila.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning once more. And let me also join those who appreciate the presentation made, and also the MEC for making herself available to this meeting, though hectic schedule. All that I want to find out is well, first is with regard to the remedial actions regarding the findings of the AG. What are there any remedial actions that they've developed? Secondly, is with regard to a finding where there is a dispute, and as to how are they going to finalize on the matter, because if not attended to, it's going to, again, in the next financial year, come up at the out again. Is there any action taken in as far as coming to an agreement between the department and AG in as far as that matter is concerned? My reading of the situation in Gauteng as far as the department is concerned seems like the relationship between the department and NPOs and NGOs is not a good one. It's almost more adversarial. Is there any mechanism that is being developed by the department to ensure that they improve on this relationship between the department and NPOs, because the two obviously have to coexist? And my other one is lesson learned from the experience of SCD Many. Is the department putting measures in place to empower the political principal, in this case, the MEC, in terms of taking correct decisions, so that we do not want to see the repeat of SCD Many, where the MEC would then remain with an egg on the face because of the ill advice of the officials. We do not want to see a repeat of that. Is there anything that is being taken to make sure that decisions that the MEC is supposed to take are calculated and indeed not in contradiction with the law? My last one will be in terms of the percentage split in terms of the historical disadvantaged groups in as far as beneficiaries are concerned. And my question in this regard relates to my reading is the urban bias in terms of beneficiaries. To what extent is the department reaching out to rural areas, outlying rural areas of the province that are equally affected by same social challenges that are faced by people living in the urban areas? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ramaila, for your questions and comments. I will now hand over to Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings once again to the Department of Social Development in Gauteng. Chairperson, I must first start by saying that the work done by NPOs in our society is a very huge responsibility. And I often say that NPOs are an extension of the Department of Social Development. They are an extension of the Department of Health. They are an extension of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, because they play a huge role in our society when it comes to fighting social ills and other needs for our vulnerable groups in society. And also, Chair, I must say that we really need to also understand that there are processes in place for an NPO to get funding or for an NPO to be processed by the department. You don't just come to the department and say, I am an NPO. So I would also plead with the department to try and have programs or awareness programs that really educate NPOs on the process of an NPO to be a legit and a NPO that is recognized by the department. Also, Chair, we're here today because we've been following this matter. This matter is all over. You go on the internet, is there on the news, on the radios, everywhere, that the Department of Gauteng is not paying NPOs. The Department of Gauteng is doing this and this. And then we decided that no, let us bring in the Department of Gauteng to come to the portfolio committee so that we get clarity. And as the chair has said earlier on, that we need to clarify society because some other things are not reported accordingly. So the department is here to clarify things. So I'll raise questions so that the department continues clarifying further when they answer the questions, so that when we leave these meetings, NPOs are clear on what is really happening in Gauteng. And also, when the department clarifies here, they would also be saying, they will be also be confirming what the Premier and the Minister and the MEC of Gauteng said when they were responding to this matter, because this matter was all over. Chair, issues of transparency have been raised, especially since the adjudication process deviated from established standard operating procedures. What steps will be taken to ensure greater transparency in further funding rounds? Also, with ongoing issues and poor communication, what measures will be implemented to hold department officials accountable and prevent such failures in the future? Many NPOs have reported service disruptions due to funding shortages. How does the province plan to support these organizations in the interim to ensure continuous service delivery? Given that the delays have already affected operations, what can NPOs expect in the funding process to be completed and payments issued? Many NPOs also expressed frustrations over the lack of clear communication regarding the status of their funding application. How does the department plan to address the communication gap? Are there plans to streamline the adjudication process, perhaps through digitization or improved oversight, to prevent issues like this in the future? Considering the damage to the public trust caused by these delays, what initiatives are in place to ensure NPOs and the public of the government's commitment to supporting essential social services? And lastly, Chair, if the process deviated from the PFMA guidelines, what step will be taken to align future procedures with legal requirements? I want the department to clarify all these issues so that the NPOs understand in depth what is really happening, because like I said, the issue of communication and the issue of education to these NPOs, I feel and believe there's lack of communication from the department side and the NPOs. So I would also plead with the department on these process that or programs that should be empowering NPOs on the processes of the Department of Social Development. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo, for your comments and questions. I will now hand over to the Honorable Tafeni.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to the members of the committee and all of the people that are here. Chairperson, my concern on slide 4 about the number of non-compliant NPOs, as they earn more than half of the total number of all registered ones. What is the main reason for non-compliance? And what happens in NPOs continue with compliance behavior after the intervention on slide 11 and 12 are initiated. And in the presentation of Gauteng, on slide 10, what do older person services involved which were funded for the 2024-2025 financial year? And also how many NPOs providing old age home services are funded in Gauteng, and what role does the department play in making sure that enough senior citizens are accommodated in this old age home? Do funded service for women include shelter service? If so, why are they only 26? And when funding NPOs for services rendered, does the department look into the categories or the demographics of people that this NPO serves for? For example, does this NPO assist and accommodated people from all racial backgrounds? Does it help poor people who also come from the streets? Are old age homeless people are also assisted in these NPOs? Because we do not want taxpayers' money to be going to segregate statutory NPOs by either race or financial backgrounds. So I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Tafeni, for your questions and your comments. I will now hand over to the Honorable Kobaza.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and members. And thank you also for the presentation. I think it clarifies a number of things that we needed from the department side. And thank you, Chair, for really making sure that the Department of Social Development, Gauteng, they were able to come because those things or number of challenges that were presented by the NPOs were the problems that really needed to be solved. Looking at the system on what was presented, it looked like they have things under control. Yet, but we have a problem with the NPOs. They are saying they are not being paid and all of those things. We do appreciate that 1.2 billion rand, over 1.2 billion rand, is being paid to NPOs in terms of supporting the work that they do and specialize in. And over 1,000 NPOs just in the province of Gauteng, they are being assisted, looking at, they are being assisted by the department in terms of dispensing their work on the ground, helping poor people on the ground. What I would like to know, one, is that we do need to know the names of the NPOs and where they are operating, those NPOs that are funded. One is because when you are on the ground and you are asked by people, or people have challenges, maybe substance abuse, and there is an NPO that is dealing with that in that area, you can send people into that NPO or in that NPO. If ever the NPO deals with gender-based violence and you are on the ground, you will know where to send those people. I'm really concerned also about we really need this. I think it's very important. This is like an extension of social development, the way social development works. So it's an extension office. It's just that they are specialists. They specialize in that particular sector or whatever they are doing in that area, that particular NPO. we would also like to know within with the NPOs, on is there really a monitoring system in terms of what are these NPO doing? That can be said that we have a report for this, and then we can actually go there and actually find out that that is what is happening on the NPOs. Is there really a monitoring system in terms of, and this is important because they are given money as they are people who are specialists or specializing in that particular field. It could be gender-based violence, it could be child-headed street kids shelter, or whatever that they are doing there. So that is important. Would like to know how many of these NPOs are dealing with social part of people, like your shelters, like your gender-based violence, and we'd like to know the one that are dealing with economical issues, because I heard that they do agriculture, but the Auditor General did not approve it well in terms of what they are doing. But I think also if they are NPOs that are dealing with the economical aspect, we would like to know, and they can also work together with your NDA in terms of the economical aspect. We need them rather than them not getting anything in terms of what is happening on the ground. We need those ones with that mind, innovation mind, in terms of economy. I think that would be it. Though I appreciate the work, and also understanding that yes, the system it looks right, but challenges are there. NPOs are complaining. So we need to really visit some NPO and have a good sample. I think 1 or 2 NPO will not really do justice into this. But if we go on the ground, and if we are given at least some of those addresses, NPO addresses, so that we can visit there and do some oversight in those what they are doing, and hear their challenges in on the ground, rather than now we've had both sides. We've had the side of the NPO, we had the side of the department. So we need to put this together and being able to go and do oversight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Tabaza, for your comments. I will now, in questions, I will now hand over to the Honorable Mtsweni. Honorable Mtsweni, Honorable Makhatu, could you please, Honorable Makhatu, please mute yourself for now.
Should I talk?
Please just mute yourself, because it's Honorable Mtsweni that is speaking, but I can hear there's some, yeah, thank you so much for that. Go ahead, Honorable Mtsweni.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to the Portfolio Committee, and we just want to appreciate the presentation from our Department Social Development. Chairperson, I just want to check if the NPOs, did they get any assistance or training from social development askers, so that they don't lose their benefits? I have just a feeling that maybe some of them, they lose their benefits because they don't have knowledge. They don't get any training to help them, to guide them what they must do to keep their benefits, because these benefits are very important to our community, to our people. So I want to check if the department, they help NPOs training, guidance to help them to continue receive their benefits, to help community, to help those people who are in a need of those benefits. Thank you, my chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Msweni. That was short and sweet. Thank you so much. We will now hand over to the Honorable Makato.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And again, I want to thank the report. Most of the things are clarified by honorable councillors, by honorables. So according to the report, we can see and also understand that it needs remedial action, which must take place. So I don't know what is the plan or what is their plan to make the remedial action. We want to understand that. And then secondly, there's no relationship between the department and the NPO. What is the place there? There must be the communication. If they can also tell us how do they communicate so that they cannot be far away from each other. Social challenges in rural areas. Home is the challenges in this time going to be solved with NPO. So I think they can also make sure that the rural areas are taken care of. So we can see that there are still challenges there. So I think they will also take care of those challenges. Then lastly, Chairperson, how does the government plan to fundraise the NPO to improve economy? We can see there's nothing, there's no money there. Then how does the government plan to fundraise the NPO so that they can improve economy and other facilities or economic facilities? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Makatu, and for your questions and comments. And I just want to thank the honorable members for their their engagement, as it were, in terms of just letting us have their context from which they have understood what was presented by the NPOs that came through to present to us and what has been presented today, and also just outlining the aspiration of what these this partnership between the Department of Social Development nationally, obviously, but in particular today, that of the province of Gauteng. I will now hand over, because my questions, all of them and more, were covered by my colleagues, and I think that we need to give as much time to the responses. I am very mindful, and this I'm addressing to the team from the officials from the Department of Social Development in Gauteng. I'm very mindful of the fact that the time that we have between now and when we have to go to the next presentation, it might not be enough for a proper a response from yourselves, judging from the questions that I've heard being asked. And I want to upfront say that if you are going to be responding until you can't respond anymore, and you would want to then let us have the responses in writing, this portfolio committee is known to have done that, because we need this information. We asked it because we need it for the work that we do when we do our oversight in our own constituencies, but also in the work that we are doing here. So I'll hand over to you, Mr. Ndweni. Are you the leader of the
Chairperson?
delegation from the...
Chairperson?
Yes.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but you have forgotten about me.
Did I forget about you? Did you go off the system?
No, I've been on the system the whole time. I'm listening the whole time, Chairperson. I just
I'm so
removed my
sorry.
hand. I just put my hand down.
I am really
But you said
sorry.
you wrote everything down. That is why I put my hand down.
Okay. No, please go ahead. I'm sorry about that. I really am.
Thank you. The questions I would like to ask the department is, I was listening to the presentation, Jefferson, and the questions that is coming to mind is that I just need to find out, because we had a presentation from the NPOs in our portfolio. And the question that was asked, and a concern that these ladies were having is that, first of all, that the municipalities in Gauteng, each one is having its own rules, how things must be done. Some is very strict and some is lenient. I want to know, what is the province rules about what is happening in the provinces, in the different municipalities? Why is the one more relaxed and the other one is more stringent for people to start an NPO or to get funding for the NPO? That is my first question. My second question is that the gender-based violence and the drug abuse is a very huge concern in Gauteng. The drug abuse, especially in the colored communities, where you see gunshots every day, people being killed because of territories territories for drug selling. I want to know how many drug NPOs, centers, NPOs do you have? And also, how many gender-based violence NPOs are you having within the province of Gauteng? And then I also need to find out, what is the reason for what is the compliance for you to get funding as an NPO? Because we hear a lot of NPOs complaining that the funding was taken away. And what was the reason for taking these fundings away? I listened to what the gentleman was saying about agriculture and also the hair. My question that comes to mind is, but we do have a small business portfolio that is dealing with small business like hairdressing and agriculture. The funding for childcare, the creches and learning centers, they are not getting funding anymore from the department. I want to know, what is the reason for taking those funding away for the small creches and learning centers? And what is the criteria that they are using for this? Because a lot of creches are sending in, say, look here, we are not getting funding, we are struggling, we are supposed to teach children to go to schools. So I just need to know, what is the criteria for that? And then also, I need to understand, because a lot of people are complaining about the attitudes of the official that is coming to the oversight to see if you are compliant, and the way they are treating these NPO owners, that is the attitude that they are having, the way they are speaking to these people is like, we're not going to give you funding because you're not compliant. And then I also want to agree, I need to understand, a lot of time, Chairperson, we have passions. You want to start the NPO because you have passion to look after old people, but you don't know how to work with finances. The finances may be the problem, how to do your business, but you don't know how to run the business, basically, when it comes to finances. Is there any ways or any training that they are giving to these people on how to run this thing? Because it's not just about the caring of the old people or the children, but it's also how do you spend your money to do that thing. So I just need to know is there programs for that? Is there assistance on how do you do these things? Because a lot of people don't know how to do that. So I just need to know from the department, what are they doing? Because the previous minister, as we remember, they gave some organizations some monies, and NPOs were complaining that these people are not even compliant, but they are getting this funding. Is it still going on? Is that people still getting the funding? And what is happening to the NPOs that is not getting the funding? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Marais, and please again accept my very humble apology. I will now hand over to our guests from Gauteng Department of Social Development. Mr. Ndweni, are you the leader of the team? Can I hand over to you, and then you can structure the responses as you see fit? I know that you are a time-conscious official, so we have a time from now to 11:15 for this process, so you can just do with that as far as you can do or go, and we will take it from there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the questions and to all the honorable members. We had to change venues and transition. So if you hear a bit of noise, please just pardon us. I just want to start by saying, yes, indeed, we will just push that by 10 past. I think all the questions would be done. The transversal one, like this, I've tried to share the screen. What we will do, and I hope it's visible, if you look at Program 2, there's around 833 under Program 2, because there's been 3, if not 4, honorable members asking how many of these and where. So what we will do for each of these, let me just put on slideshow. For each of these 833 for here, we will unpack it. For example, there was also a question around homeless, which falls under Program 3. So we'll then say of the 302, which one are families, which ones are homeless, shelter for homeless, under restorative, etc. And maybe be so kind to also provide the honorable members with the addresses and all that, because all these questions, I must say, it's an opportunity for us to improve, opportunity for us to close certain gaps. The most, in my view, Chair, important slide I just took from the latest report on where things are. I just want to give a bit of comfort to the honorable members. And this is the comfort that I feel, even when you visit, it should also find expression. We've got 1,774 SLAs or TPAs for the current financial year. Because we're the first one to admit, the first quarter and the second quarter did not go according to plan. And Chair, we can't help it but to admit and then continue to apologize. Where we are now, we are sitting at 1,501. This is as of 11 of November. 1,501 of the NPOs that were paid in the beginning of this quarter. All I'm trying to say here is that indeed we did not start the year well. Things were not right, and all these complaints and challenges and were all justifiable. And I want to just assure honorable members that we are here now, and there's a bit of relief insofar as the issues are concerned. Now, I will try just to, at a speed of a cheetah, just try and cover enough in terms of the responses, because there was just a handful from honorable members. I think from the CRO will cover anything around the investigation and the centralized panel. Around I think from Honorable Munyai, which was the first, there were issues around, I think more about the regulation and support from the Act and the concerns that we are, and whether the funding is there, and we've noted those comments. And I think the Honorable Abrams indeed, in every matter about Q1 and Q2, when we started, we're the first one to admit there were some of the issues, and therefore we would like to agree with you when you say in some instances the NPO felt undone, fairly treated because of the delays. We are admitting that is why I'm showing that as of Q3, we have sort of stabilized those. But safe to say, in terms of the threats to take over, we would like, if there are such, be given to the HOD so that we can attend. We will only close or redirect funds if an NPO perpetually and consistently fail to act on the remedial action. It must be borne in mind that these are our strategic partners. The services that they deliver and the kind of work they do, it is on the furtherance of our own command as the department. So that partnership we take very, very seriously. Honorable Abrams, we have and we will continue to engage municipalities. This is a common question as well. Let me explain. When we give them 3 months to get their house in order, we don't fold our arms and wait for them, because we will not perform on our APP. Most importantly, the clients that we are rendering the services on behalf will not get those services. So we're the last people to relax. Where we are with this, we have even escalated this matter to the Salga Gauteng. And our request to Salga Gauteng is that, please, where you have stringent bylaws that are affecting the compliance, can you, at least through your council resolution, try and maybe propose a council resolution for, if you like, we used inform guidelines on non-compliant NPOs, and then maybe set a process on how you would be assisting those. The response we are getting is that others are saying, no, you either comply or you are not going to be assisted. But through MMCs and MEC meeting, that engagement continues, and we will be in a position. In previous years, Chair, we also made a bit of an allocation, especially for older persons, residential facilities, for them to get the compliance on fire, all these things that are OHS related. So there are instances whereby we will then set money aside to try and assist them as such. In any matter about attitude of officials, it must just be escalated, because we are expected to treat and assist everyone. It is worse when you consider, Chair, that we are a caring and should be a caring department. On the issue of the substance abuse farm, we've got Dr. FNF, which is a state-run substance abuse inpatient center, and it is located within the farming area. So we don't have much. It is the only one that we have. CRO will touch on the investigation. We will give the list, Honorable Abrams, on the number of shelters. But I need to say, we could not get the infrastructure that we were promised, because there was a protracted delays from the infrastructure in the public works. They could not give our infrastructure certain documentation, because you can start to renovate, and once you have a certain documentation. But this is a matter that our infrastructure is seized with and all that. The CRO will also comment on the adjudication. The list of all the funded NPOs will be made available to the court. I'm sorry, to the members of honorable members. We were dealing with court matters yesterday, hence I'm now slip of a tongue saying court. How far are we with the Gauteng Crisis Care Committee? As of yesterday, our legal and our senior counsel, together with their senior counsel, had to go to the chambers and engage with Judge Opperman, who've made the order, and it was an issue of a follow-up on the supervisory order. All we're saying there is that the only areas that we still have to close would be areas where we are waiting for the adjustment budget and we can fund the new ones. But the ones that are already on board, we are fine. So in essence, we are responding fully. And the Crisis Care Committee, there is a task team that is set by the department. We're meeting them regularly. CFO is part of that. My team is part of that when I'm available, because we want an open approach, because there's no need for us to be adversaries, because we exist for the same cause. Honorable Ramaila, the remedial actions and the issues of AG, the CRO is here, she will respond to that. Yes, there were lessons and painful lessons that we have learned, Honorable Ramaila, from Life Esidimeni. And I just want to then pause and say, honorable members, when we are stringent with NPOs, it is because it is those lessons that we have to preserve lives, we have to save lives. And I think Life Esidimeni had unintended consequences, because even the municipalities are now saying, no, remember what happened at Life Esidimeni, keep to the script. But it's something that we're working on. The lessons that we have learned definitely are being implemented, and we continue to advise our political principal on matters that would affect. The percentage split in terms of benefit, the majority of our services are in the previously disadvantaged communities. The Premier, as part of the 6th and the 7th administration, has given a directive that we must prioritize each areas, which is a township, informal settlement, and hostels. The Honorable Mhlongo, in terms of the awareness and support, we've got in all of our service points. You can walk in, we can even take you through a business plan. Before we even, once we've advertised, before we fund, we have briefing sessions. And as part of the briefing session, we will then have a briefing session. And when everyone leaves, those that need assistance will then be directed to the relevant tables for them to be assisted. If you are a new NPO, you've not been funded before, we always make it a point that we schedule you for training, especially the board and the management team. Poor communication, we have improved this by making sure that the MEC drives that communication. We've had about, if not 3 sessions each quarter, the MEC now calls all the NPOs, not only funded, even those that are not funded, to improve on this, matter. On the digitization, I must hasten to say we've got a social care system, SAP7, which is meant to sort of assist us to work smart. Maybe in the next cycle, we will also open it up for people who want to apply online to do that. But for now, we are wary that Gogo, Mhlongo in the informal settlement might not have. So we'll always make it open for people that will not want to go digital. In terms of the issues or the questions from Honorable Tafeni, indeed, once non-compliance happens in 2, if not 3 ways. It could be a program where you were funded and your certificate has expired. If you are providing a meals, food handling certificate, if you are a residential, your occupancy certificate, your fire, etc. And we have a system where we pick up as to when will it expire and we assist you. So when we talk of non-compliance, it's referring to those. The other one can even be your NPO certificate can lapse without you knowing, and we will remind you. We will share the Q1 and Q2 database, in fact, what we are funding and so forth. We will also give the number of the GBV shelters and where they are located. And so far, we are convinced that they're adequate. What informs that? It's informed by the bed capacity. We are half the time not having a full capacity with the GBV. The funding for the NPOs, it is done in a manner that it is geographically spread even within the priority areas, including the rural areas. I think National can attest to this. We're one of the few provinces that has done well with homeless shelters. We have a strategy that is approved by Expo. Last time I checked, we had about, I don't want to give a wrong figure, but just above 12 shelters for the homeless that we are also funding. Honorable, I think it was Tobaza, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Indeed, we are trying to stabilize the sector. We've had painful experiences in the first 2 quarters, and we are here now and so forth. And we will appreciate your site visits, because after your site visits, those issues are an opportunity for us to improve, because it's not about winning argument in this platform or even in the platform when we engage them. At the end of the day, it's about whether the complaints from the NPO are addressed so that a beneficiary who's not here can accrue a benefit from that. So yes, we do have, Honorable Kobaza, the monitoring system. It is categorized. We will monitor the program. We will also monitor the financial aspects. And half the time, the AG is more interested in the financial aspect. And then we'll also share the numbers and so forth. Honorable Mtsweni, indeed, the training of NPO is a continuous issue. You don't lose a benefit as an NPO because you are a defaulter. That is why we then say, I'll give a classical example. I won't mention names. Board members were found to have mismanaged funds. We can't say we are closing the residential facility for older person because of 6 people that did not do governance. What we do, we say, you 6 people, you failed this community, you failed the department, and you failed the country. Step aside. Here's an interim administrator that will take over. Then there's no interruption. So even if you have found to be at fault, there's no effect, because at the end of the day, it is about the services. Honorable Mahato plans on the remedial action. Indeed, at some stage with AG, we argue to a certain point because we value the relationship with AG. It's one of the critical, the Chapter 9 institution, and that is why in some instances we end up accepting those. We will give the list of the 3 NPOs that they have mentioned and so forth. The relationship between us and NPOs, we are the first one to say it is not where it should be, and through the regular engagement, we will be seeing them and all that. And they know when we are in the wrong, we admit and we correct it, because we may lose an argument with them, but we take solace chair from Honorable Chair that it is our clients that will benefit. Yes, unbeknown to many people, Honorable Mahato, we do have rural areas in Gauteng. In the periphery of the western part of the periphery, we do have the rural areas, and indeed, we also prioritize those areas as well. There is another critical matter you've raised about fundraising. We've done a bit of research, and we then realized that there's a lot of money that sit with the corporate social investment companies. And through our stakeholder relation, we were saying to them, can you please engage the CSI companies? I'm talking about the foundation, so that they can work with us in relation to this. And it's something that we started recently and we will continue, because we know these companies are getting a tax relief by doing good for community. And we're beginning to say, rechannel that money to us, because we know the rent is no more at what it used to be. Companies, when they're not doing well, they will not fund CSI. And what happened? They will come back to the department. So it's something that we will continue to do. Honorable Murray, indeed, the differences and the inconsistencies by the municipalities in applying the bylaws. I mean, one of the difficult things during the hard lockdown, as an example, was that this other municipality will apply it this way, the other one will apply this way. Even now, others will want you to have the following other. So it's something that we've requested at SALGA for them to assist us so that we get this going. But I must say, municipalities are so wary to bend the rules, and we're not saying they must bend the rules, but we have introduced an element. Give us a conditional registration. During this conditional registration, we will work with the NPO for it to meet the requirements, and then we take it from there. It's something that perhaps as the legislatures of the country, it can be looked into how are the amendments that can be made to make sure that these areas are not affected. The reasons for turning funding away, Honorable Murray, it will be even those that we will give regret letters, we will still indicate to them to say, this is the contact person should you need further assistance, because we understand. Lastly, indeed, there are small businesses that will be a small business department that will be assisting in different aspects. However, we have realized that we need to at least not have an over-reliance on other departments. In Gauteng, we are now having a service level agreement with the Department of Economic Development. There's a unit called JAP, Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, and we're saying to them, when we start this sustainable livelihood, you must come and give them business incubation. In 3 years, we must exit them. They must grow from being a project to being an SMME, and ultimately grow them together with DTI for them to become commercial enterprise and black industrialist. That way, you will then get more people to get employment and so forth. That's something that we are working on. I will pause there, Chair, and then and allow the CRO to comment on the other issues. She's saying to me she just need a minute. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and members. My name is Natalie Reddy Singh. I am the Head of Risk Management within the Gauteng Department of Social Development. I'm going to respond to 4 specific questions. Number 1, giving clarity with regard to the NPOs that were placed under investigation and whose funding for the 24-25 financial year was subsequently suspended as a result of these investigations. Honorable Chair and members, I wish to clarify that there wasn't in fact an investigation that was ongoing at the time. It was an investigation that looked into the NPO processes, the funding, the paneling, and so forth. And due to the preliminary findings and the severity of the impact of those findings at that point, the department had then taken a decision not to fund these particular NPOs for the 24-25 financial year. Subsequent to that decision and providing responses or feedback to NPOs in terms of their application, the department then afforded the NPOs an additional opportunity to provide right of replies in terms of the specific findings of that particular investigation. All the NPOs were invited and encouraged to provide written representations, which were then considered by the department, and a final decision was then taken. A few of the NPOs were reconsidered for funding, which were initially suspended or given negative feedback in terms of their funding application for 24-25. This was largely due to the impact of the adverse findings having been significantly reduced after they had been afforded another opportunity, with regard to the right of replies. Chairperson, I'm going to then respond to the next question, which was to give an understanding or better clarity to the members and yourself, Honorable Chair, as to what gave rise to the independent panel or independent evaluation and adjudication paneling process. there isn't really one particular reason, but based on the understanding at the time, it was basically three-pronged. The Gauteng province was and currently is heavily reliant on the NPOs in order to deliver services and to attain that far-reaching effect to all marginalized and vulnerable groups, which we are mandated to serve. There was also a number of concerns raised around the value for money that we have been receiving from funding these NPOs and whether or not we were yielding the desired impact in terms of the beneficiaries and improving their livelihoods. And then the last reason, Chairperson and members, was basically to directly respond to all the adverse findings that had previously been identified and reported on through historic investigation processes that explicitly talk to control deficiencies and shortcomings of the existing paneling process. And also to be able to then, on an overall basis, talk to our Premier's State of the Province address, whereby we enhance compliance and we enhance governance practices, especially around our partnership with the NPO sector. Chairperson, the next question I will attempt to respond to is with regard to the AG findings and if there are any remedial actions that have been put in place. Indeed, so we as a department have developed an audit improvement plan, which tables or details all the specific audit findings. It also is a tool that we use to track on a monthly basis progress of implementing any actions to remediate these adverse findings identified by the AG during the audit. And that is a practice that we've institutionalized within DSD and in an attempt to be able to strive towards our clean audit objective. And then lastly, Chairperson, with regard to the dispute resolution between us and the AG, there is indeed a set process in place that is also outlined within the engagement letter that we signed with the Auditor General. However, these particular disagreements and the timelines within which the findings were raised, to which we disputed, did not necessarily allow for those processes to ideally unfold as they should have in an ideal situation. However, the matter is currently with our cluster audit committee, who is tracking progress and driving the resolution of the disagreements or the disputes between the department and AG. And it is something that we manage and we track through our audit committee on a quarterly basis to ensure that we achieve a resolution on all of these disputed matters. And the AG is also committed to this process and are very much partnering with us and supporting us through this process to ensure that the future audit processes are better streamlined and findings and issues such as these are addressed in a timely fashion during the audit that allows for fairness and adequate time for the department to be able to respond. Chairperson, I will pause there. I hope I've addressed all of the issues sufficiently. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I was hoping Mr. Ndweni was going to take over and hand over, as it were. Is that all from your side that we will be getting responses from, Mr. Ndweni? Are you handing back over to us?
Yes, I'm officially handed over back with the understanding that there will be some submission on the number of NPOs who are funding, the addresses and all that. Thank you, Chair. Can I hand over to you back?
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for those responses and actually going honorable member by honorable member and attempting to make those clarifying responses. I see, though, that I think it's Honorable Alexandra that has Abrams that has her hand up. Honorable.
Yes, Chairperson, and thank you for acknowledging me. Chairperson, there were a number of questions that weren't answered satisfactorily, so I'll submit that via our committee secretary to the Gauteng department. But Chairperson, there is one that does need to be answered in this meeting, and the Ms. Singh did not touch on it. Well, she touched on it, but she never answered the question. And the question is, why has this adjudication report on the NPO funding that started in November 2023 not been made publicly available, and it's not transparent? NGOs still don't know where they stand. And Chairperson, if we're speaking about the Auditor General, the Auditor General speaks a lot about consequence management. And the reason we also find ourselves in a situation where we're trying to divide rands and cents amongst NGOs, it's because the pie is getting smaller through decades of corruption and mismanagement. But then we read that the Gauteng department reinstates 13 officials who were suspended due to being connected with or allegedly connected with corrupt activities. And this to me indicates that the Gauteng department is not taking, this matter seriously. So on that topic of, why has this report not been made public, I do think we need an answer, and to actually, then tell the committee why those officials were reinstated. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Abrams. May I ask our risk official to please come back? I'm so sorry. I did not take your name.
I raised my hand, Chair.
Is this before the department clarifies on the question? Honorable Nyai?
It may be after or before, it doesn't matter.
Okay, go ahead.
All I'm trying to say, Chairperson, the agenda that we invited the Department of Gauteng Social Development to report on, they've presented as such. Because, we are running the key issue, we are running a risk, of raising a wide sort of allegation against to tarnish the image of the department in a public discourse or this public platform without facts. Rather, if the agenda is about corruption and so on, let's call them and deal with that issues so that they deal with it. Because these issues of calling the department on a specific agenda, then we deviate deliberately for anything else. It doesn't become a maximum and productive use of the time that we have. And the issue is the following. It has become a trend that each time we play to the gallery, political gallery, raise a wild of allegations that are not yet proven nor investigated. And I know tomorrow, by those who are friendly to the media that represent them, they will come and also become weaponized and mobilized. And that's not going to deter us from raising those issues. So I think, Chair, we need to be very clear on the specific to the agenda, because that becomes abuse, abuse of the department, abuse of ourselves. And we're saying, therefore, some people seem to be having any intelligence information about department specific. They didn't present some of the issues here, but they are being raised. Not that there's any restriction to ask any question by honorable members. So my last question, can I propose that if we're not happy with the agenda, we want to extend and expand, so that we prepare ourselves from questions relating to corruption, so that we can come and raise those issues of labor, labor issues in the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Nyai. I was going to say that the question that was asked and was not responded to must be responded to, even if it's to say that we are not allowed or whatever the situation is. I would like to sustain, if I was a speaker in the House, I would say I would like to sustain your latter call to say that a new question that has got nothing to do with the agenda for today cannot be brought into the agenda. I'm not sure about any member of this committee that is weaponizing the media and so on and so forth and tarnishing departments' images and so on. I am not going to even venture into that because from where I sit, I have not seen that. And I have heard, I've allowed even members to say all sorts of things about all sorts of issues because I believe that they are responsible enough and that they are representing the public because we are all public representative. But I will still ask for our risk officer or risk manager that answered those questions to say whatever it is that she had prepared to say about the question that was asked. As for the 13 members and things like that, I would like to sustain your call for us to stick to the agenda. Thank you so much. Mr. Ndweni, if the lady could come back, please, and let us know what the status is about the report that was asked for.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and members. My apologies for not specifically addressing that issue. Chairperson, the intention of the adjudication report was never for it to be a publicly published document, for the NPO paneling process. However, where I think the department and where we fell short in that process was the feedback or the communication to the NGOs that were unsuccessful in the application for the 24-25 financial year. It is definitely an improvement area. It links to the communication shortcomings that have been raised by members previously in the session today, and is something that we are definitely looking towards closing the gap and improving in terms of those feedback and outcomes of the adjudication process per NPO. Chairperson, I'm going to pause there. I'm not at liberty to give any further, information with regard to the 13 officials. Perhaps if you would allow us to make a formal or written submission via the MEC's office with regard to that matter.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. I appreciate your response. And I also, as you have said, as you were concluding, that you are actually at the moment standing in for the MEC herself. So those might be things that need to be addressed as standalone issues, because what has happened this morning is that you have covered the issues that we as this portfolio committee raised. And you also responded to the questions and comments that we made. So as far as your mandate through the invitation that we made to you, you've actually done the work that we asked you to do. So I wish to thank you so much. And I know that there are honorable members that have mentioned that some of the questions they asked were not responded to, but as we have always done in this committee, we have written through Lindiwe to actually facilitate a dispatching of those questions to the department for responses to be in writing back to us. because the information that we need because, as I said earlier on, we need in our work as we exercise oversight and as we respond back to our constituencies, who are the sources of the questions in the first place. So that for me marks the end of the first presentation, and my sincere gratitude to, in absence to the MEC, and gratitude obviously to the team that have actually presented to us this morning. So that takes us, if I don't know what the arrangement has been between the National Department of Social Development, who are about to present now, and the Provincial Department of Social Development, in terms of whether you, Mr. Ndweni, and your team are staying or not. If you want to stay, you are more than welcome from our side and be part of the meeting. But if it was arranged that you would leave us, also that is not going to be an issue from our side. I say that as I hand over and thank the Honorable Deputy Minister, if he's still with us, let me just check that. To thank the Deputy Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, for agreeing to the change of agenda, which I'm sure must have affected his timing and his day, but we appreciate that you understood, Honorable Deputy Minister. And I heard also from the Honorable Munyai that you are going to be giving us the apology from the Honorable Minister. So with that in mind, I would like to hand over to you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Thanks.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to be in your meetings. Acting Director General of the department, I'm very happy that you are joining us. I'm going to speak about the NPO compliance and interventions taken to address non-compliance. But before I provide a brief historic context, Honorable Chair, when I was sworn in as Deputy Minister, I made a point of meeting and greeting NPOs, and I undertook during my first 100 days to meet 500 of them, which I did, and most of them were physically present and we could shake hands. And the purpose of these meetings was to also invite foundations and donors to meet with these NPOs, because there was a media frenzy at the time that NPOs were struggling. So without me knowing what the issues were, I thought, well, if they're struggling, they need some funding, so why don't we bring together those who have monies in their pocket and get them also to meet and greet. So it's my intention to continue to meet and greet NPOs every month, if possible every week, so that no one will be left out. Coming back to the historic context, Honorable Chair, in October 2013, the department cancelled 23,000 non-compliant registered NPOs. There was an outcry from the NPO sector, citing that the department did not notify the sector and NPOs were not given notice about the cancellation of NPOs. Since 2013, the department undertook outreach campaigns in the form of NPO roadshows, and that they did that for nearly 6 years, from 2013 to 2019. Roadshows all over South Africa, roadshows in every province, roadshows in every district. We also had a campaign, Know Your NPA Status, and that ran from 2020 to 2022. And then that was supported by capacity building programs. The main purpose of these interventions was to ensure that NPO services were taken to the communities, were taken to the streets. NPOs were afforded an opportunity to check their compliance status, submit annual reports, which you know is a requirement, update organization details. They do have AGMs and officials change, and amend founding documents. Sometimes that is also necessary, and we need to know that. The department has always supported organizations that endeavor to register, and even those that are not registered. In fact, it is my passion to assist those that are not registered, to get them registered. And I'm asking on my parliamentary constituency officers and those of all parties represented in Parliament that they assist NPOs who are not registered and wants to register, because then services are provided to the people. See, you know that NPOs, they are smarter, they manage with less money, they provide services sometimes half price if government provides it. And what is very important is they do it with passion, they do it as humanitarians, and I want to acknowledge that. To date, the department has done more than is required by the legislation to assist and support NPOs to be compliant. It is time now for the department, Honorable Chair, to commence with the deregistration of non-compliant NPOs. So I hope we won't create the same shocks as in October 2013, because this ministry is a very caring ministry. Regarding the policy for funding of NPOs, members are aware of the history that the department, in terms of partnership agreements with NPOs for delivery of services. Over the years, the department has been working with the NPOs to render developmental, social services, and some of the services are the mandate of the department, and therefore that calls for the support of NPOs in financial terms. So when services are the mandate of the department, we are ever grateful to NPOs for assisting us to achieve our mandates. To manage the funding partnership, the department was previously guided by the policy on financial awards, PFA, and there was a need for the review of the policy to address some of the challenges, such as shortcomings in this policy, this PFA policy, to address the findings of the Navongo Court judgment. And I thought, in case some honorable members are not aware of this judgment, it was a case in the Free State, and the ruling by the honorable judge was that NPOs that deserve funding according to the service level agreement, according to this, they need to be funded, and funding must be restored. So another challenge is issues related to the management and payment of transfers to NPOs. The revised policy, which is now named sector funding policy is therefore a product of this review through a culmination of sector-wide consultative processes and the need to have a structured framework to manage this relationship. The development of this policy adopted a more broader outlook, and not only for the policy, but extensive exploration of reforms that are necessary to the effective implementation of the policy. Hence, you will hear on the presentation the service standard names and prioritization framework, just to mention a few. The key challenges of the policy are focused on addressing issues of transformation, partnerships, management of transfers, as well as the procedures for budgeting and allocation that the department has been very responsive and has been very proactive. It makes clear NPO fund management requirements, transparent, fair, and above all that ensure that payments are made on time. That was also raised by honourable members in the previous presentation. So we are on top of it, Honourable Chair. In a nutshell, this policy addressed the medium and long-term strategies to enhance efficiencies, to unlock some of the systematic constraints, and it presents an opportunity to assess and address the fundamental issues that resulted to the previous policy not being implementable, and in this manner, building the capacity of the sector to deliver. Without dwelling much on the background, I will allow, with your permission, the Acting Director General and his team to go through the presentation to elaborate this in detail. Thank you very much for allowing me to give this brief introduction, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable DM, for your overview. And I agree with you. The Honourable, well, he's probably honourable. The ADG can take over. Over to you, ADG.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson and members, DM and the colleagues. We are here with EXCO of the department, including SASA and NDA today. Let me just we outline that we will be presenting. I think you have heard from Gauteng. They are implementing the policy that we will be presenting. We will be providing two presentations. One is outlining the policy. What does the policy say, and how are we implementing, and especially how are we monitoring the implementation of the policy in all 9 provinces so that they should be uniformity. The other one is the issue of compliance. We thought of we need to bring you the compliance from the regulator point of view. How many NPOs registered and how many are not complying with the NPO Act as prescribed. So there will be 2 presentations, but they are going to be quick. We will think we are going to make this quicker than ever. I've got members here from the, I think they will show the pictures. I want to introduce all of them because we are, the time is gone, so that we are able to finish the presentation in time and allow members to guide and lead and ask questions that are going to make us to be able to correct and to lead accordingly. The first presentation will be done by Acting DDG Community Development, Mpom Ketama, and she will do both presentations after another. I will propose that maybe, Chairperson, that maybe they do one, and then you will determine whether you need to have questions on the first one and then we do the second one. Thank you very much. But I think what you need to know is that historically, social services, I was reading something sometime, and I came across a document that says in 1936, the social services work was given to NPOs to deal with because it's a 24-hour work that must be done everywhere. So therefore, NPOs are very critical. They are our stakeholders, and I'm very happy because even during the discussion is that we need to take care of that sector so that they are able to take care of the citizens and do a lot of work that the department does. You will also know that I think 70% of the work of the department is done by non-profit organizations. Therefore, we need to make sure that our policies and our documents are NPO friendly and are also ensuring that we capacitate, we work with them so that they can render appropriate services. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will ask Pomtetama to take us through the first presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ADG, and good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Deputy Minister, and good morning to the honorable members. I will, and thank you for the opportunity to present to the members today. I will start with the presentation on NPO non-compliance.
I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Please excuse me. I cannot see you. I'm looking all over the screen and I can't see you, Ms. Mkutama. Is it possible for you to be visible?
Yes.
Yes,
Please.
Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah. So there, I can see myself. So, the presentation on non-compliance will focus on the interventions and the state of non-compliance within the registered non-profit organizations. In doing so, while my colleague is projecting, I will just outline the presentation, how it will be presented. I'll just give a brief background on the NPO register, just to give a sense of how many NPOs are registered with the Department of Social Development, and provincial breakdown will give us that. But also look into the non-compliance in each and every province of all the registered non-profit organizations. This is done, the registration and the regulation is done in compliance with the Non-Profit Act, the NPO Act that we are administering. Next, oh, sorry, I forgot I have. So there is a legislation that is guiding what is non-compliant in terms of the NPO Act and what are the consequences.
I don't know, after this, I will never interfere with you again. I don't know if it's the case with other honorable members, but I have about 6 slides in front of me. Oh yeah, there we go. Thank you so much. Now I won't interfere with you until you say thank you.
I appreciate that, Chairperson. So this is just the framework of the presentation, how it will unfold. I was at the consequences of non-compliance, and as a department, what interventions have we taken to address the non-compliance in view of the responsibilities of the departments as an NPO regulator. We'll also touch on the deregistration and the approaches that the strategy that we have adopted to deal with the deregistration, as the DMS said, to avoid the repeat of the 2013, and what options NPOs do have in the event that they find themselves being non-compliant. So this is a moving target because on daily basis we do register. However, as of the 1st of October 2024, on the NPO register, we had about 295,000 registered NPOs. These are the NPOs that came through to the department and say, we want to be registered in line with Non-Profit Organizations Act. Of the 295, we have non-compliant NPOs, which is about 167. So the definition of non-compliance in this context is that the non-profit organizations have failed to submit the financial reports and the narrative reports as requested by Non-Profit Organizations Act. So if they miss that, they would be deemed non-compliant. Hence, we have that high number of non-compliant NPOs. In terms of the legal form, in South Africa, we have got three forms of non-profit organization on how they can be incorporated. There is non-profit companies which would register with the CIPC under Companies Act, though they are not for profit in nature. We have the non-profit trusts that would register with the master. These are the charitable trusts that are non-profit in nature, and we have the voluntary associations which would be incorporated under common law. These are the organizations that are normally referred to as community-based organizations, the small organizations, and in South Africa we have a high volume of such registered NPOs because they work in communities and they are there providing services to the most vulnerable. Even in this context, we have non-compliance per the legal form of NPOs, and you'll see that the voluntary associations are the highest non-compliant NPOs. And we'll just elaborate on the reason why these are high non-compliance within the voluntary associations. In terms of the register, we do register based on the founding document of the NPO, and we categorize according to their economic sector. This is the economic sector that is informed by the UN classification of non-profit institutions. So when we receive the application, we scrutinize it and we allocate it in terms of what services or the economic sector they will be operating in. So we do have around 11 economic sectors cutting across different sectors. But if you look at the last one, social services, this is the space for social development. We have about 103, 566 registered social services. This is all the NPOs that are providing social services, and this is the space for social development. However, other government departments also are funding your culture and recreation, education, environment, and health. So our registration is not only confined to social services NPOs, but across different NPOs that are operating in the country. The provincial breakdown, this is what the picture looks like, and this is up until the 1st of October. You'll realize that Gauteng has got the highest registered NPOs, as well as the highest non-compliant NPOs. And the distribution is also demonstrated by the population trends across the different provinces. Northern Cape will have the lowest, and this is equitable to the population within that province. So once an NPO is registered under and they receive the certificate of registration, there are duties that are articulated in the NPO Act. Section 17 is demanding or requiring NPOs to keep accounting records and reports, whether it's funded or not funded. This is applicable across as long as you are registered. So it articulates exactly the type of records that NPOs need to keep. Number B would say it shows that they need to have statement of income and expenditure, the balance sheet, but also they need to keep each and every receipt as articulated in clause D. Any form of financial transaction that they do has to be on record, and they have to keep such for a prescribed period. And the period that we are using is in terms of Archives Act, that for a period of 5 years, NPOs have to keep such record of any financial transaction that they deal with. Once that has happened, every year, NPOs must submit the reports. And these reports that they are submitting in terms of the finances and the narrative report should be assured by a registered accounting officer. before they send to us. So they would give the accounting officer to assure and give an opinion on the financial status of the organization. And secondly, if there are any changes that NPOs are undergoing, whether it's changes of address, whether it's changes of office bearers, within 30 days, NPOs are obligated to inform the NPO regulator so that we adjust our register accordingly. So why is non-compliance a risk? Firstly, non-compliance undermines the rule of law in the sense that it brings a risk to the department. We've had some sections of the NPOs actually threatening that they will litigate the department because we are not complying with NPO Act. The legislation says if they fail, we have to deregister. But also we have a cohort of NPOs that have been registered from 1998 to 2012, and none of them has submitted reports. So they're still on the register, and that also compromises the integrity of the data. This also undermines the good governance, transparency, and accountability. The reason we keep the records is because we want to promote the legislation, want to promote good governance within NPOs, transparency, and accountability. This is public funds that any member of the public have got the right to see if they so wish. The funders also are not, it actually makes them not to be sure the risk they will be taking if they fund non-compliant NPOs, because there's no transparency there, there's no accountability. We are integrating with other regulators such as your CIPC. We are automating the systems, integrating with Home Affairs, integrating with SARS. And with the data that we have, that would have a high non-compliance rate, it compromises the integrity of our data as an NPO regulator. And members would be aware that South Africa recently underwent the assessment by Financial Action Task Force, FATF, where South Africa was grey-listed. So non-profit organizations' portfolio was not spared. On the FATF assessment, there is 40 recommendations, and recommendation 8 speaks directly to how countries are managing NPOs and the risk that NPOs are posing in the country. So we were deemed non-compliant with recommendation 8, and we are in the process of actually dealing with those weaknesses. And part of it is for us to know what is happening in NPOs, and those that are non-compliant, are they being monitored, and also do we remove them and we know where they are? So that is the risk that is posed if we don't deregister. The Auditor General has warned about the finding that we are not complying with the legislation, the NPO Act. So from 2013, we did attempt to deregister NPOs, and there was a huge outcry from the nonprofit sector to say that they did not know, they were not aware, and as a result, there was a reversal of the deregistration. So everybody was put back on the database with the agreement that there would be intensive interventions to support and to ensure that NPOs are aware, and there are outreach programs. So what we did is the first step activity was to create awareness to the provincial staff that are dealing with NPOs. So we did go throughout the country, assisted our provincial staff to understand, but also to have the capacity to support the NPOs. We also engaged other external stakeholders in the form of financial fraternity, the financial associations, just to have a conversation with them to say they need to assist the NPOs because they charge for their service. But we requested them just to at least to be lenient and assist NPOs in the event they come there. We engaged other government departments that are funding NPOs and gave them support on how they can assist their NPOs to stay compliant. We also engaged the sector itself and empowered them, those that are networking structures, to give them the tools to be able to support their members as NPOs. We also engaged the CSI funders, those that are funding NPOs, to say, if you want to fund an NPO and you find that it is non-compliant, just make us aware and we provide support to such an NPO so that they are eligible for funding. We embarked on the media campaign just to sensitize NPOs on the importance of being compliant. We are currently on the journey to enhance the NPO system, to automate the NPO system and to make it easy and accessible for the system to be utilized by the NPO so that they don't have to travel or they don't have to post, but they can interact with the gadgets to submit reports or to find information. As I have said that from 2013, after the massive deregistration, we were requested to come up with interventions. The type of another intervention that we employed was the NPO roadshow. The intention of the NPO roadshow was to actually go into the municipalities. From 2013, would go into municipalities, identify a community hall, provide as an on-site service on the spot to assist the NPOs. And at that point, the compliance rate was at 18%. So we've been to all the municipalities, the local municipalities, working with municipals, working with the NPOs, as well as working with the province itself. We established the public-private partnerships in the form of the accounting body called SAIBA. SAIBA provided their investment pro bono to the value of 10 million to assist NPOs using their accountants to help the NPOs free of charge. That would be billed to them. We also embarked on a capacity building for the office bearers to understand their responsibility, their fiduciary responsibility as members of the board. What is it that is required of them when it comes to exercising duty of care for the organizations? We also employed the Know Your NPO Status campaign. This is a campaign that actually sensitized NPOs to know and understand their status in terms of compliance or non-compliance. And this has increased the compliance rate to 57 as it were. The other mechanism that we employed was to simplify the templates for submission. The templates were there, but we would, in collaboration with our legal, we made the templates to be simple, user-friendly for the NPOs to utilize and to submit to us. We have said that we strengthen the capacity of the provinces, of the officials, those are the numbers. Through the media awareness campaign, we engaged with the GCIS, and we're also utilizing the social media just to sensitize the NPOs about the importance of compliance. As a regulator, we do have responsibilities bestowed on us in terms of the NPO Act. The non-compliance is just not automatic. As I've said, that non-compliance would mean that the organization has not complied with the material provision of the Constitution, but also they did not submit reports. Before we cancel, there is a process to follow. We send a notice to the organization and give them time to comply. Failure to respond to the notice that has been issued would lead to cancellation or deregistration of the NPO Act. So our deregistration is actually entrenched into Section 21 of the NPO Act. These are just some of the creatives that are out there to sensitize NPOs for them to be able to comply with the NPO Act. In the deregistration, we also came up with a strategy and the approach on how we are going to be deregistering. It's not going to be a once-off type of deregistration, but it will be a phased-in approach. The first phase will focus on those NPOs that were registered from 1998. The legislation was enacted in 1997, just at the dawn of democracy. From 1998 to 2012, we have a trail of NPOs that never submitted reports. So that will be the first cohort to be removed from the register. Of course, before we remove that, we will send the notices, we'll follow the legal process, but also we look into those NPOs that cannot be removed from the register, those NPOs that are falling within that category and are funded. So we are engaging with the national lotteries and other funders just to get a sense whom are they funding that may fall under that category. Once we are done with phase 1, we will zoom into phase 2, and our phases are consistent with the year of registration of NPOs. So when phase 2 up to 2015 is done, we'll get into phase 3 until we are up to date with our deregistration. Also, the deregistration is informed by the year, the financial year end of an organization. So every month, there is a number of expected reports from NPOs, and that is based on the financial year end of the organization. So, for example, if an NPO financial year end is March of every year, it means that between April and the end of December, these organizations are supposed to submit reports. 1st of January, they will be deemed non-compliant, but it's not the time to deregister, but to send them a notice to remind them that you have not submitted your report during the time, the period, open period for you to submit, please submit. So we do have the numbers that we expect NPOs to submit reports. Currently, as you can see, up to February, we have sent notices to that number of NPOs, and the number that is deregistered as a result of them not responding to the notice issued. NPOs also have got options available for them. Once they receive a notice, the first option is to acknowledge and submit the reports to avoid deregistration, and they will be issued with a letter of good standing. The second option is for NPOs to request an extension to submit a report, and they will be granted extension to submit the report. The third option is for an NPO to choose whether they want to continue or not, and they can give us a notice to say, please deregister us, we will do so. However, once an NPO has been deregistered because of the failure of responding, even in there, they have the option to appeal to the panel of arbitrators. The panel of arbitrators is an independent body that is appointed by the minister to arbitrate and to ensure that there has been fairness in any action and decision that is taken by the department towards an NPO. So once an NPO is deregistered, they have the option to approach the panel of arbitration for them to consider and appeal their matter. There are challenges. We just want to highlight the challenges that are out there that may contribute to the level of non-compliance that we are seeing. The first one is that currently the NPO Act, as it is, it provides for a one-size-fits-all approach requirement. This means that whether an NPO is a 5,000 income NPO or no income NPO, and another NPO is a 10 million income NPO, the standard of reporting is the same. It does not differentiate based on your income. And for us to address that, we are finalizing the NPO policy to introduce a differentiated approach of reporting, which would set the risk-based approach reporting requirement, which means that the higher your income is, the more stringent the reporting requirement would be. But if you fall under a certain threshold, you may not even have to report. And as long as you show up that you still exist, you're still providing the service, we will just update the register. The second challenge that we are experiencing is the repeat offenders by NPOs. As much as from 2013, we have been doing interventions, the requirement to comply is an annual basis. So at times you find that an NPO was compliant a year ago, but this year they are non-compliant. So there would be those resurfacing and repeat offenders of non-compliance. The third one is what we have seen is that it is easy to register. This is a free service that is offered to register. And as a result, what we are seeing is some NPOs, they will be non-compliant and they will ignore the notice. And when they are deregistered, it's okay. They will just register a new organization. So you find that there are those NPOs that would crop up from time to time as a new organization and not deregistering. As a deregistered, it's easy to deregister as it were. So I would propose and put it to the portfolio committee to note the NPO register, the compliance and interventions that are implemented to address the compliance. Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Mkutama. As promised, I didn't interfere with your presentation again until you finished. So thank you for that. I believe that it clarifies the processes that you follow from your side, and also the ensuring that the very organizations that do 70% of your work are actually taken care of, and they are provided with empowerment where they need it. And but I heard that there were two presentations. I believe they fall under the same agenda item. So I would hand back over to you. The honorable members will understand that we are still under the same agenda item. So let's get the second presentation so that the members can then ask their questions and make their comments thereafter. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I will now request Nobulali Mfengu to take us through the DSD sector NPO funding policy, which is the last presentation. Over to you, Mfengu. I'm sure your camera, they can see you on the camera.
I'm not so sure, but I hope they do see me. Good afternoon to the members, the chairperson. I will be going through the presentation on the DSD sector funding policy. I think I think the DM has already provided some, overview in terms of the policy. I'm trying to press here. Sorry. It's not working. So we're still trying to sort ourselves aside. I think it's moving now. So basically, the purpose of the presentation is to provide the portfolio committee, a high-level presentation in terms of the DSD sector funding policy. So the presentation outline will be looking at the background, basically what is the policy addressing, some of the key challenges and also the opportunities in which this policy aims to address. And then I will also touch briefly on the legislation, which is informing or informed the development of the policy. And I will zoom also into the goals and the objectives of the policy, looking at the policy framework and some of the key chapters of the policy, and also the management of transfers, and lastly on the categories of funded programs. So basically, Just to give sort of a context or a background, and I think the honorable members have also, acknowledged, the partnership that the department has over the years, with the non-profit organization. So basically what happens is that on a yearly basis, as DSD, we transfer subsidies to these entities which are outside of government, more specifically those that are meeting the funding criteria to provide social services to the needy and the most vulnerable target beneficiaries. So these basically these subsidized services are provided for in accordance with the norms and standards, specifically for the different legislation, like for example, your Older Persons Act, your Children's Act, anti-substance abuse and all of that. However, the sector funding policy, it guides, how these NPOs are being funded. So within the social development sector, these transfers to NPOs, they are very crucial in terms of, service delivery objectives across, all the social sectors. And as highlighted earlier on, over the years as a department, we have been guided by the policy on financial awards. However, there was, a need to sort of review this particular policy because of, some of the challenges that were, concerns that cropped up, because of the ineffectiveness in the implementation of the PFA, which is like the previous policy, and also because there were different approaches, that were adopted by the provinces in terms of the management and also the administration of funding of the NPOs. And chiefly, it's also because of the Nawongo court judgment, that has been briefly highlighted earlier on, which also identified some of the additional gaps and the challenges. And therefore, the policy had to be reviewed so that it looks in terms of the current demands and also, some of the complexities, because, as time goes on, there's usually new challenges that we need to address. So these are some of the key challenges and also the opportunities in which the sector funding policy aims to address. For example, previously we've had, or we've been utilizing different terminologies. For example, when we refer to the different services, and that has caused, an issue whereby, we are not standardized. And therefore, if we don't know, or we don't use the same terminology in terms of the service names, then we are unable, to quantify and to also, understand what are the actual costs of that particular service because we are using a different name. So as part of this process, we have developed, those standardized service names, which is basically a catalog of different services that are, within social development. And also, some of the key challenges that this policy is trying to address is that previously there was no coherent funding framework. I think we were mostly, relying on the policy itself, looking at the policy, not necessarily looking at, a coherent funding framework, So the policy, it's accompanied, by the guidelines that we had also had to develop the different tools and also the template. So basically all of this, they create a coherent funding framework that progressively, assists us in terms of funding these organizations. And also from the perspective of the NPOs, especially those smaller and emerging organizations, I think there was a realization to say they're unable, to apply for funding. Therefore, this policy, it has, proposed a differentiated approach, which makes it easier, for the department to fund these organizations and also for these organizations, to be able to submit their own proposals and be considered, because Previously, I think it was more like a one-size-fits-all approach. So this differentiated approach, it also assists and also addresses, the issues of transformation. So looking at the legislation that is informing the development of this policy, predominantly or, as a basis, we all know that, the Constitution is the founding document, and therefore, it with certain sections of the Constitution, they give rise, to the mandate of the department. So we have looked, in terms of those various sections. Also, the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act, because the decisions that, as the officials that we take, for example, if an organization has applied for funding, whether we, communicate with them that they have got the funding or they are not successful, it falls within the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act. So therefore, that is also one of the pieces of legislation that guided the development of the policy. Obviously, the NPO Act, as my colleague has already presented, and as we are, funding these organizations, and these are public funds, and therefore they are, aligned with the Public Finance Management Act, because that's how, these public funds are appropriated, and there are specific sections which basically speak to the management of transfers on the PFMA. Hence, there is an expectation for the different departments or different sectors to come up with their own policy in terms of how they are going to be managing that. In terms of the policy goals and the objectives, just to give a key summary. Firstly, it is to facilitate equitable provision of the developmental social services to all the people who need them, prioritizing those who are most vulnerable. Secondly, is to promote the transformation and also, to try and expand equitable access to services, because with this policy, we had to try, and address some of the imbalances, that have been happening, even post 1994. The policy also, another key objective is to put in place some of the mechanisms, to facilitate the planning, the budgeting, and also to detail some of the procedures which, the provinces need to follow when they are allocating funds, to build, the partnerships with the role players that are aimed at extending, the access to services. And lastly, it's basically to streamline or to simplify the processes, as I've indicated, including putting in place, those differentiated requirements, for example, for financial reporting, for monitoring and all of that. So in terms of the policy framework, as I've alluded earlier on, we have got the policy, which is, a high-level statement of intent in terms of, the requirements and certain provisions. And coupled with that, we also developed the guidelines, which are basically, giving a detailed, guidance on how to implement the requirements of the policy, which is the statement of intent. And even on top of the guidelines, we had to review some of the tools, that we have been using over the years. So this, all of these, they assist us in terms of standardizing the implementation, promoting consistency in terms of the NPOs when they are making applications, and also, to reduce some of the risks or the errors, that occur at some times. So basically, this slide is just to show, some of the elements of the policy itself, as I've alluded, in terms of the different guidelines that we have developed, in terms of the tools and the templates, and we also, identified what are the key national standards, and from those key national standards, what the provinces need to develop to to sort of align with those key national standards. Like, for example, there's a list of standard service names, the minimum norms and standards, and there are different, annexures that we also had to come up with, in terms of addressing issues of prioritization. So basically, these are the key chapters of the sector funding policy, starting with, for example, the transformation, which I've already alluded that it's introducing a differentiated approach. It's also looking at, different approaches in terms of mentoring opportunities, to promote a transformation. The partnership, I'm also in the following slides going to be unpacking more on the partnership. The planning and the budgeting, allocate and also allocation of funds, the management of transfers and the performance monitoring. So these are the main key, chapters of the policy as it is, developed or contextualized around those. So in terms of the partnership, we acknowledge that I think even the previous speakers spoke of the department entering into an agreement with an organization, and sometimes it's not only maybe for one a service, it could be two or three different services. So these funding arrangements, we've got program funding, which basically it's for those services which or those programs that are ongoing in nature. For example, your drop-in centers, your shelters, your protective workshops, and all of that. We also have got a funding arrangement in terms of per place or beneficiary. Basically, this is the funding arrangement whereby the department is funding that particular organization based on the number of places or number of beneficiaries. The next funding arrangement is your post funding, whereby a provincial department can enter into a contract with an organization just to fund certain positions, whether, for example, is it for a social worker or child and youth care worker. Also project-based funding, whereby we can fund an organization for a specific project, whether it's an awareness campaign or sustainable livelihood project and all of that. Another funding arrangement is the item-based, which is assist the entity if they have applied for the purchase of a certain equipment, for example. And the last funding arrangement is the cost sharing, whereby a particular organization can enter into a partnership with the department, but they will be sharing the cost. So all these funding arrangements, it's on the knowledge that the services are different, and based on the requirements of that particular province, the priorities and all of that, then the funding might be different. Hence, we've got different funding arrangements that the policy is outlining. So as also part, if you recall on the different chapters, I spoke about planning and budgeting, because funding of NPOs, it should not be considered as something that is outside of the departmental processes. It's also has to be taken into consideration as part of the planning and also the budgeting. So what normally happens, or basically what the policy outlines, is that when the DSD or the provincial department is planning for a delivery of services broadly, whether it's emanating from the strategic planning processes, which obviously will come up with the different priorities or the needs, then the department decides in terms of which particular services, for example, is going to fund in which fashion, whether it's an in-house delivery, or whether it will be contracting out that delivery. But what I just want to highlight is in respect of mode 3 and 4, because that is where, the department decides, to enter into a transfer payment agreement with a particular organization for the delivery of such services. So as I've alluded, to the planning and budgeting, the policy also, has introduced the process of prioritization. And as I've indicated earlier on, the Nawongo Court judgment, there were certain, judgments that we really had to take into consideration. And one of the key issues of that judgment was that, the court acknowledged that, as a department, there is not enough a budget, to pay for all the services and all of that. Hence, it proposed that we need to come up with a prioritization method. So as part of, the development of the policy, we also came up with this prioritization method, and also developed a list, of prioritized services, specifically the statutory services, because much as, we would want, to fund all of the services, but, there is some form of a prioritization that has to be employed. And just to indicate that in terms of the prioritization, I think even, it's more like a basic a principle, because I think when you've got the budget, you really need to look at, what is more important, and, so that you can allocate the resources accordingly. And then in terms of the standard service names, which I alluded to, it's one of, the accompanying documents, that speak to the sector funding policy. As I've indicated that previously, we're using different terminology and all of that. So from this process, we were also guided, by the different programs internally, because they are the ones, who understand, the different legislation, the norms and standards and all of that. So they assisted in terms of, developing this standard service names, which is more like a catalog of services. And when I talk about the standard service names, basically, I think the members will note that, in terms of budget allocations aligned with the provincial treasuries, there are different programs and sub-programs. So those ones, are intact, but the importance was on us focusing on the actual service, and also the description of those different services. And then in terms of the management of transfers, which I've also alluded that it is one of, the chapters or the key chapters of the sector funding policy. This chapter is the one that speaks to the transparency, the fair, and also the timely, payments which have to be made to the organizations. So basically, National DSD ensures that all the decision-making and administrative processes, they have to be transparent, to be fair and timely. And in practical terms, what this means is that each province, they must act within the framework of culture. They need to clearly indicate by the means of a service specification in terms of what service they intend to fund through a transfer. What is the purpose of that, service? What are the objectives? So that when the organizations are applying, they've got an understanding, because they're guided by the service specifications, which, are informed by the strategic planning processes. Also, the department needs to publicize a clear description of the funding processes, so that the organizations, they know what is expected from them. What are the timelines that are, also involved in that, and to also set out applicable eligibility criteria for the entities, to be able to partner with the department. And then in terms of, for example, the criteria for funding these organizations, the policy also outlines, who needs to apply. For example, the organization must be registered, it must be compliant, with the governance, financial management, and all of those. So the policy outlines, that criteria. And then under this chapter also, there are also, various aspects in which the policy is trying to address. For example, that the organization or the funds that we transfer to the organization, they should be in the bank account, in the name of that entity. I think the previous presenter touched briefly on the issue of the bank account. It also touches on the management of deviations, whereby maybe an NPO would request to deviate from the TPA, and there are certain, processes which the policy outlines what they need to follow. Also in the management of non-compliance, and what are some of the responses if there is such a non-compliance with the funding requirements. It also stipulates in terms of the payments that have to be according to a payment schedule, because when the organization is signing the contract, that contract, it stipulates, as to how many tranches and, when are these tranches going to be paid, and before the tranches are going to be paid, what are the expectations from the side of the NPO. The policy also speaks to the management of unspent funds, and also, the management of disputes, because as we enter into service level agreements or the TPA with the organization, it's an agreement, and each party has to ensure that they adhere to the terms of the contract. And then another key chapter that I introduced earlier on is the monitoring and the publication. So the policy basically speaks of the in-year monitoring in terms of the management and the use of transfers, the process, and also the criteria that is used for monitoring these transfers, because it's important that, the transfer, when it's made to the organization, it's for the intended purpose, and therefore, once, those funds are transferred, they have to be, monitored that they are used for the intended purpose. Also, the publication of information relating to the transfers, it is also an essential mechanism to improving transparency and accountability. And some of these, are some of the provisions that were not in the previous policy, but with this new policy, it's things that the department is trying to improve in terms of the transparency and also the accountability. So just to give an overview in terms of the categories of the services that are funded by the DSD through the transfers, is those different programs. For example, Program 2 under social welfare services, your older persons, services to persons with disabilities, your Program 3, which is children and families. I will not really go into each and every one of them. And then just the slide is just showing the provincial budgets in terms of transfers and subsidies for organizations. But in a nutshell, the department is dispersing around 5.8 billion annually to the NPOs on an annual basis. The next slide basically presents, the NPOs that have been funded the province over the years. And if you look at the grand total at the bottom, I'm sure you can see that from 2019 up until 2021-22, the numbers were very high. It was because at that time the department was still having the function of the ECD, and then since that move of the ECD function to the Department of Basic Education, that drastically reduced the number of NPOs that the department is funding. But just to highlight, much as those NPOs, the ECDs have moved to
DPE, they also moved, with the budget that was aligned to them, and also the capacity that was, responsible for that. Just this slide is just to show that as national DSD, we expect the provinces to submit the progress reports, on a quarterly basis, which is assisting, the national DSD in terms of monitoring, and those are the different, quarterly reports that the provinces submit, with the due date. So that is just to show, that part of monitoring. And then in terms of the conclusion, just to indicate that the reviewed policy is basically intended to guide how services are funded, and it supports provinces by providing a clear guidance and also different tools that they can utilize. It makes provision for the implementation in a phased-in approach. For example, the 3-year cycle, because previously we used to fund the organizations on a yearly basis, but we had to, introduce other funding cycles so that, we can reduce the administrative burden from the side of the officials and also from the side of the NPOs. Also, the policy, as I've indicated, is introduced a differentiated approach in terms of reporting and also, the mentoring or monitoring of these organizations. It also assists in improving the budgeting and also the reporting of, social development services. And that basically assists in terms of enabling to improve, with the budget bids in future. It promotes transparent, timely, and effective processes. And in terms of its progressive approach to implement the policy, we usually guide the provinces to say, we are not, trying to make them to disrupt the current processes, but to, progressively introduce some of the reforms in a swift manner. So while the concepts and the mechanisms of the policy are transformative, the implementation is progressive, as the policy proposes a progressive approach to transformation of the sector. And some of the provisions, for example, they can only be realized, for example, if there is additional funding that the department can get from the national treasury or the provincial treasury. So as I conclude, just to indicate that, as national DSD, we are currently rolling out, this policy to support and to guide the provinces in terms of the implementation, and also, that it's also, also extended to the NPO sector, because they need to understand what are the provisions of the sector funding policy. So I think I will pause there. Okay, before I pause, the recommendation is for the portfolio committee, to note the presentation on the sector funding policy and the role that National is playing in terms of monitoring funding in all the 9 provinces. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and Honorable Member. That was the last presentation from the department. Thank you. Over to you, Honorable Chair.
Thanks, ADG, and your team for the presentations. I know that our time is running away with us, but I allowed these presentations to take place because they are still part of the induction for us as members, in terms of us gaining as much information on the environment that we are working in and the context within which we are doing our work. So this is why I allowed for us to even get into the time that we did not have for this presentation. So by that, I mean to really express their gratitude from the part of the honorable members before I hand over to them for questions and comments. I just want to say to the honorable members that this meeting is set to finish at 1 o'clock. So there is the time for you, honorable members. You can raise your questions. I will start with Honorable Ramaila, followed by Honorable Mhlongo, followed by Honorable Abrams, followed by Honorable Reverend Kobaza, and then followed by Honorable Monyai, and then followed by Honorable Mare. In that order, and just taking into account that we are now sitting at 12:42, and but I'm by no means saying that you shouldn't say what you need to say, because I believe these presentations were quite helpful. Thank you so much, Honorable Ramaila.
Thank you, Chair, and really want to agree with you that this presentation has been quite informative and helpful to us. Like we're saying, it's really part of what shaping us in understanding the policy guidelines of the department. Much appreciated, Chair. Maybe Chair, on something that you might have to look at, maybe not today, but as a food for thought is regarding the standard procedure of us as public reps and to a certain extent, I think the officials of the department. In as far as the grievance procedure is concerned, that I, as a member of public, when approached by individual or NGO, NPO, raising particular grievances regarding the department, what should be the standard procedure to follow? Must I take up the matter of the relevant, if it's a provincial department, whatever it is? And how do we ensure that internal processes are exploited completely? And it's only thereafter that out of such a process, you can lift up strategic matters to the portfolio committee. I think, Chair, maybe this is something that if it's not there, might have to be looked into so that we are not as members also drawn into really as a portfolio committee, discussing mainly operational matters that are really not of a strategic nature that requires the attention of the portfolio committee. My question, Chair, is also with regard to international funding, whether through state-funded international NGOs, NPOs, whatsoever. Is us as a country and through the Department of Social Development here, having a mechanism of verifying whether this funding is a funding that is not going to be used to undermine the security of the country, as it has already been flagged by South Africa and the banks that we are a risk of funding terrorism activities in South Africa. And I think that has been said quite a lot of times. But do we have a mechanism as a department to verify whether the funding, international funding, is for good purpose or is to undermine the law of this country? That also is related, Chair, to the issue of refugees, asylum seekers in South Africa. And to what extent is the DSD having a responsibility in as far as taking care of those people that are in the country, in as far as social issues are concerned, RSD, and whatever that intervention we may need to take as directed by the Constitution in terms of the Bill of Rights. And I think that is something that we really have to be guided, especially as it relates to the Constitution. I think it's Act number 30 of 1990. That could be section 14 and 24. As a country, how do you deal with these matters? Because, and I think it also has a bearing on the work of the social development. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ramaila, for that. And I take note of you mentioning that some of these things may not be part of today's session, but they must be, as you called it, food for thought. I will take Honorable Msongo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I'll go straight to the questions because of time. Chair, the report mentions several campaigns initiated since 2013 to mobilize NPOs at the community level for submitting annual reports. Given that the non-compliance remain an issue, what is the department's assessment of the effectiveness of these interventions? Why has these measures not resulted in significant improvements in compliance over the years? Also, Chair, despite such efforts as media campaigns, training, and stakeholders' engagement, persistent non-compliance indicates that these interventions may not be effectively addressing the root causes of the problem. There may be a need for more targeted support, especially for smaller NPOs that struggle with compliance due to limited resources. Secondly, what measures are in place to ensure transparency and accountability in the compliance notices and the deregistration process of NPOs? How does the department verify that NPOs are given sufficient notice and assistance before their registration is cancelled? Again, Chair, what specific capacity building programs does the department offer to help NPOs improve their financial reporting and overall compliance with the NPO Act requirements? The report focuses heavily on compliance enforcement, but does not adequately address capacity building efforts. Many NPOs, particularly smaller and community-based ones, may lack the resources or expertise to fulfill financial reporting requirements. The department should consider providing more direct training or financial support to help these organizations comply. My second last question, the report highlights challenges faced in improving compliance. What are the primary barriers identified by the department, and how is it reallocating resources to address specific challenges? And then lastly, Chair, what mechanisms are in place for monitoring and evaluating the success of the compliance interventions implemented by the department? How does the department measure improvement in compliance rates over time? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. I will go over to Honorable Abrams.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the department for the presentation. Chairperson, many of the NGOs asked the question, why can't their monies allocated for NPOs be ring-fenced? And in order to protect it from decreasing further, because, for example, if you sign a SLA and for argument's sake, as an NPO, you get your 100,000, but it needs to be paid out in 4 tranches, you know, that's 25,000 Rand a tranche. But for argument's sake, you get to now, when you have to be paid the 3rd or the 4th tranche, suddenly, you know, there's no money, and then you don't get paid, or you only get paid partial payments. Yet there was 100,000 originally allocated to that NPO. So the question, you know, is what is the reasons why it can't be ring-fenced? Then the other question is that, you know, the funding that's allocated to NGOs don't take into account inflation. And I mean, nurses now wanting to increase electricity by 40%, Chairperson, which has a ripple effect on, you know, groceries and everything else. So what, if any, and maybe I should say it like this, because, you know, I know the answer, that the fact is that there is very limited money to go around, you know, for these increases and so forth. So then the question then would be, with the SRD 370 grant stopping next year, March 2025, and more of those individuals who then would have found themselves now without that grant, turning to NGOs, turning to your CNDCs, turning to them for help with meals and things. Is there a discussion or is there a proposal from the department to Treasury that some of that money actually be provided to NGOs, given that, you know, when that grant is stopped, there's going to be millions of people that will, you know, turn to social development, turn to the NGOs for that humanitarian assistance. Then I'd like to know, what discussion is the department having with their colleagues at COCTA to harmonize approaches to municipal bylaws in terms of compliance issues? And then slide, if there's a slide that I missed, but if it's not part of the presentation, if it can please be sent, a slide that tells us how much of the 5.8 billion that the department has given to the provinces, which provinces get in what. If I missed, I didn't see that slide. So if you can just see which provinces are getting what. And then, Chairperson, slide 23, that shows the significant decrease in funding of NGOs. And it was attributed between 2021 2022 financial year to 2022-2023. The decrease, and it was said that that is got to do with the obviously ECDs moving over to basic education. My question is it only ECDs that has attributed to this decrease, or is it other NPOs that have been defunded? And if it is other NPOs that have been defunded, can then the department submit in writing that difference, like how much of the slide is because of the ECD migration, and how much is it, you know, the remaining NPOs that were now unfunded between that year? Thank you, Chairperson. That is it.
Thank you, Honorable Abrams. We will now go to Honorable Rev Kobaza.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. You know, before I came to Parliament, I used to discourage people to open NPOs, looking at the way the government is funding them, and also looking at white people's NPO. They are able to start them with private funding when they go to private companies, and when they come to government already, they are established already. There is something that is happening, and that really assists a lot, assisting those NPOs. And with us as Black people, it becomes a challenge, because it becomes one channel of which it is the department that needs to fund these NPOs. So it becomes a problem. So also I would think it also a challenge the way it is that you'll pay by trenches or quotas, the way it is happening now, because they are small, and they need liquid money each and every day. I don't know if ever it does work, because they don't have money. They only depending on this money from the department to fund them. So, but the question that maybe one would like to ask is that, does the department align its programs? Let's say the department says, this year we want to achieve something like, we want all the street kids in the area of Soweto to be in shelters, to make sure that it's either being in shelters or being taken out of streets with programs. Now, it's the department that is thinking first, and then it will say where are the NPOs that are dealing with this in that particular area, and then align the program of the department with what the NGOs are doing. And then those NGOs that are doing that, then they come in rather than maybe funding them randomly, and then we end up maybe not being able to quantify what the NPOs are doing with the department. But if ever it's a department that is aligning the NPOs with what it wants to achieve in that particular area, in that particular province, and then bringing in the NPOs that are doing that in that particular area, I think they will be able to quantify the work, because right now you can't quantify the work because it's right there. That NPO is doing what, the other one is doing what. I've seen the one maybe in KZN, they've been given the upper toe, chicken upper toe kind of a thing, and just those smaller things, the sewing machines and whatnot. But we can't quantify the impact of these things when they are on the ground. So now I'm just thinking if ever the department, I'm asking if the department does have that, to say we have these programs, and these programs we want to do them with the NPOs, and then it calls NPOs that are doing that only, and then it tells us what NGOs, this is what we want to achieve in this particular area, and then the NGO do that. So I'm just asking if there anything like that is happening, and if it's not, why is it not happening at this current time? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Rev Kobaza, for your questions and comments. Honorable Munyai. Honorable Munyai, you are still mute. I think we've lost Honorable Munyai, but then we will go to Honorable Mare and we'll get back to Honorable Munyai.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I want to say thank you for this presentation today, because we get a lot of questions and a lot of things, and I don't want to ask a lot of questions that was already asked. I just need to find out, is there a policy within the department? If you are a social worker, you cannot open an NPO, because I have just one concern. There's an old age home that I've adopted, that I'm looking after, and I assist them by taking the people to hospital, fetching the medication, go fetch the food and all those things. That NPO has do the criteria that was asked from it. No? But this lady has been operating for more than 10 years, and she's just operating with the old people's SASSA grant, and she pay the social, the funeral policies and all those things, taking them to hospital and all those things. She has complied with everything that was asked. But when the ladies that did the oversight was very rude to her and say, you will never get funding, and I will make sure of that. Because what happened, a social worker working for that department in Mangaung started, two of them started, a gentleman and a lady, started their own NPO. All people that they used to bring to her, where they picked them up wherever and they were neglected, they used to bring it to her. But now they open their own NPOs. Is there a guideline against that? Is there something that say that, because if you are a member of government, you cannot do business with government because you are employed by government. I just want to know, are they having the same thing in their department? Because it's just a concern that social workers can run NPOs with old people and then still work for the department. So it means they are privileged with information of people that is coming in and going out. I just want to know that, Chairperson. And then the NPOs that are really, really struggling in the township, they are not getting assistance. And in the rural areas where I'm deployed in Sarabart, people are struggling just to open a soup kitchen to feed people. They're not getting anything. So I just want to find out is, what is the criteria? How must it go about? And what is needed for you to comply and then for you to get the funding, what is needed from you? Because even if you comply, you do everything, it is still not being assisted by the department. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mare. I will try Honorable Munyai again and see if he is back with us and if he can unmute himself and then pose his questions or comments. Honorable Munyai.
Sir, can I try to get hold of him?
Okay.
Alert him that he is muted. Thanks.
Okay. In the meantime, we've actually run out of time for this meeting, but I would like to find out from the members, because the sitting is at 3 o'clock, and from the department, in fact, if it is possible for us to go up until 1:30.
Honorable Chair, esteemed Honorable Chair, sorry. I was having with the problem with my gadget. The key issue, the issues that I wanted to raise has been covered by Honorable Ramail. But the most important thing is that we got to support the Department of Social Development to continue to expand their services, their policy framework that they shared with us today on how they do things. It's welcome. But the key issue, I take what they do as a partnership with other people that are distributing resources to our people. It's complementary work. And I think they need to expand that to make sure that services reaches our people. It is fundamental necessity that service reach the most rural poor all over where there's a need. After all, the presentation was very exciting, and this is the basis in which we must continue to support them. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nyai. Before you simply just took over my meeting, I was asking if members need to travel from anywhere in the parks to come to Parliament, because my request was that the time that we had been allocated for this meeting has come and gone at 1300 hours, so that we can push the meeting to 1:30, but not inconveniencing either the honorable members or the department if they had other commitments, because they were using the program for this meeting. So I need to find that out before I even ask the Honorable Makhato to speak, please. Honorable members, we can go ahead to 1:30.
Yes, Chairperson.
Honorable members that are in parks, the honorable member that's just spoken lives in Cape Town. So I'm not seeing any objection, so we will push to 1:30. And is the department okay with that, Honorable, ADG?
Yes, we are comfortable. We can push up to our part. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks so much, AGG. Yes, Honorable Munyai. Was it Honorable Munyai or Honorable Kwabaza?
Kwabaza.
Yes.
Yes, please excuse me. We planned a meeting that will start at 1. So
Okay.
if you could please excuse me, it's fine. You can continue. Thank you so much.
No problem. Thanks, Honorable Kubaza. So with that, Honorable Mahatu.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to appreciate everything and the presentation that it is to us. So I think they've made a very good job. I don't want to waste time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mahatu. ADG, without wasting any more time, I'll hand over to you, please, for responses to the comments and questions that have been posed.
Sorry, Chair. Maybe didn't see Member Mchweni, Chair. Her hand is up as well.
Honorable Msweni. Sorry, I didn't see that hand until now.
Thank you,
Yes,
Chairperson.
Honorable Msweni.
Chairperson, may you please excuse me also? I have a meeting 1 o'clock, please.
Okay, no problem at all. We just
Thank you so much.
apologize for having taken this long, but I thought what was being presented was very useful for us.
Yes, thank you so much.
You are
Thank you.
excused. Thanks. Over to you, Honorable. Over to you, ADG.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, for the questions, and I think they were stimulating. And as department, we appreciate some guidance and leadership that have been provided from your side. There are questions that we need to answer individually. I've got, I think, the people that did the presentation. I will be able to request them to answer some questions. Some are comments that we take heed of and put for thought that we need to deal with. I think first of all, we need to indicate that with regard to the issue of the provincial funding, National Treasury allocate budget into provinces, not through national. They allocate budget, and this budget allocated per MTEF period. And I think there's a slide 23 that indicate the amount of money that has been allocated. And this money changes. Each year there's a little bit of an additions to that money. And you will have seen that in the slide 23, there has been a reduction. The reduction was due to ECD moving to basic education, because it moved with a lot of money. And you realize that there were a lot of ECDs. DSD used to run ECDs through NPOs, and it had a lot of money. Allocation in provinces, I think I should just need to go deeper. In the provinces, what they do is that there will be what we call historic allocations to different NPOs, e.g., older persons that they have. They, even if the attrition is higher, but that funding remains in force every year. There's no way that you fund an older persons and you don't fund the next year, because they are still there. So the older persons becomes historical, you fund them. And what becomes a problem is that when the township extend and the services that we develop becomes more, then you don't have anywhere to go, and this money you can't move. There's not enough, but you might have heard how things say, what we do is when we advertise, we cut a little bit of budget from X and give it to Y a little bit, but not cutting statutory services that they render. So that's how problematic it becomes. If there's any disaster or any outward effects within environment and others, it causes a lot of problems for social development, that a lot of people will come. One example, if SRD is no longer there in 2025, we will have a lot of NPOs that will come and requesting money. Funding has to be advertised in the newspaper and others. And the policy requires them to do briefing session per district. In other words, if there are districts in Gauteng, they have to do Tshwane, Sidibeng, Ekurhuleni. They must advertise and brief. And then you will then adjudicate and distribute. And in adjudication, it's like tender. Most of the time, you will find that you won't remove funding from the ones that are statutory, but you will find that the opportunity for you to move to something else is very difficult because you don't have a lot of money, but you will need to ensure that you fund your policies. There was a question asked, how do we fund? The government has got programs. I think there's a slide that shows programs that we have. For example, there are programs, program 2, program 3, program 4, program 5. In program 2 is services to older persons and services to persons with disability. Meaning when you advertise, you will say you need services for those people. And they will, NPOs will have registered to do that work. It's not any other NPOs. You can't find an animal farming NPO to do older persons. We look at the objectives, we look at whatever. You might have seen in the areas where you did, we presented the economic classification of the NPOs. Ours is about 110,000 NPOs that only render social services. The rest does help others. So we will find the ones that have an objective to do older persons, and that has got capacity to deal with that. So it is not that we just fund or we ask for NPOs and we tune ourselves. No, we come from the policy side, and then we will advertise that these are the things that we need to be funded. There was a question on the practice aspect of the NPO funding, whether in the Free State where the NPOs could not be funded. You will find, I don't know the reality because it's in Free State, but you might find that I think the competition is high. There's more other NPOs that are doing better or they have shown capacity in terms of the criteria that we use to funding. And I think when there's enough time, they will be able to get funding for that. The other issue that has been asked is the issue, but I will ask Mpho to take the issue of the campaigns since 2013 on the issue of the compliance and why is the compliance increasing. I've answered Honorable Abrams in terms of the provincial distribution. That is what province Treasury does, is there on the slides. If you find that the practice that we find, if you find that the NPO's funding has been decreased, there are some reasons. Remember, it's a little bit scientific. If you are dealing with children, you will tell us how many children are you going to deal with. Then it will attract the funding in terms of you are dealing with 50 children. You can't be funded as the same person who is dealing with 100 children. So that will determine the cost of running that services that you need to run. There is a question with regard to trenches. In the olden times, you used to have NPO funded once. If it's 1 million, we give you 1 million in March or in May. So you might have had honorable members in Gauteng where someone ran away with 20 million because you funded them before time. So in the funding criteria and in the economic request or the financial request, they started itemization which says, I've got 25 people that need to attract so many money and whatever. So we'll give you that money. And then the only thing that we must make sure is that it should not run dry before we give you second tranche. You report back, we give you a report back so that people should not use. The other issues is the issue which comes from the AG to say you can't just lump the money into their banks. They will have interest, and who takes the interest. There's a lot of stories about those. So the tranche funding is guided and also Treasury and the AG requires us to deal with that. But we have to deal with it appropriately so that there's no break in the funding of funding. With regard to international funding, I think, honorable members, what you raised, Paul will give us the answer in terms of what you do. The concern you have is the concern that we have, and I think it's some of the challenges that we experience, some of the underlying issues that are happening, but I think Paul will report on that. Let me take this opportunity to then request Pom Tsetamo to give us the answers on the questions that have been asked directly to her. Over to you, Pom.
Thank you, ADG. And once again, good afternoon, members. I will respond to Honorable Ramaila in relation to the international funding. So this actually emanated from the assessment that FATF did. When South Africa was asked a question as to how do they manage the funding outside the borders of South Africa, we could not answer. And these actually forced us to come up with processes and procedure and to identify which stakeholders we need to partner with in order to monitor that. So part of what we did was to partner with Reserve Bank. So with Reserve Bank, we signed an MOU. We work with a Financial Intelligence Center, which monitors how funding, the flow of money in and out of the country. And FIC is regulating the banks. So there is also that relationship with the banks. The banks are monitoring, they've got indicators that they need to check when money comes into an account of an NPO. If there is any suspicious transaction, they actually report to FIC, and then the law enforcement and other investigations will pursue. Coupled with that, we in 2022-23, we embarked on a risk assessment. It was DSD, FIC, and SARS. The purpose of the risk assessment was to determine the risk vulnerability of in South Africa when it comes to NPO. So the risk assessment was launched in March this year, and it gave us an indication of what is the risk level of NPOs to be abused for money laundering and terror financing. And that risk gave us indicators as to what type of NPOs are vulnerable and can be used for terror financing. So when it comes to monitoring the international funding, in South Africa, there are systems in place to monitor that, and we are using different stakeholders that are charged with that responsibility. On the refugees and asylum seekers, we are integrating with Home Affairs to determine the validity and to verify the status of non-South Africans. So that process is in place. We are able now, we just have to automate it so that it is a live type of a process where anybody, if they punch in, whether it's a passport number or the ID number, it can verify their status in the country. In response to Honorable Mhlongo on the campaign and the success of the campaign, as much as the response rate is high during the campaigns, on site, when we are on site, there would be a high attendance of NPOs demonstrating interest for them to comply. However, because there are no consequences for non-compliance since 2013, so that actually encourages NPOs not to comply, because even if they don't comply, there is no consequences. As much as we're trying to ensure that they do comply, that's one. But the other issue is, which we have articulated, is the high cost of compliance for NPOs. Hence, the policy we are advocating for the differentiated approach of reporting. In 2018, we embarked on a study to determine what causes non-compliance. And one of the key features that came through was that NPOs are paying a high cost to comply. And therefore, if they had to make a choice, if they have money, do they pay for compliance or do they pay for services? And most of the NPOs, the VAs, are faced with that situation. Hence, we are beginning to say, let's have a differentiated approach of funding. If you are below a certain threshold, there may be no need for you to comply. Therefore, there are no costs associated with that. In terms of capacity building, the capacity building is twofold in the sense that to comply with the law, we targeting the office bearers slash the directors for them to understand the responsibility that is bestowed on them for being an office bearer. What does it mean? What does it mean for duty of care? What does it mean to be able to take accountability of the fund? What does it mean to sign an SLA with a funder? Another level of compliance is the compliance for the implementers, or I would say the operational staff. Here it's capacity building to assist those that are working on a daily basis, how to write a report, how to do the bookkeeping, and the stakeholders that are assisting us is the NDA, National Development Agency, which is taking charge of that responsibility to assist NPOs in that, the project management and all of that type. We are also...
Excuse me, sorry.
Sorry, Chair, I just muted everyone. The presenter can unmute herself, please. I'll try to remedy the situation.
So in terms of capacity building, to strengthen what NDA is doing, we signed an MOU with the Health and Welfare Sector to employ the mentorship program where NPOs are mentored on how to run an organization effectively. So that project has begun. We were given money by Health Sector to employ that program of mentorship and assisting the NPOs. I think, okay, in terms of the harmonization of the compliance by Member Abrams, so NPOs are faced with the 3 levels of compliance. There is compliance with the NPO Act, which regulates how they are established. There is a compliance with the service laws. If you are operating in the space of older persons, you need to comply with Older Persons Act, and it's a requirement. There's also bylaws in municipalities where NPOs need to comply with, and I think it was slightly touched on in the morning on the relationship with the municipality. So what we are doing now with the provinces is just to try and harmonize that relationship from national and compliance and assisting the NPO. So when we do the capacity building, we go as a team. It will be national DSD, it will be the province, it will be SARS, it will be NLC. In some municipalities, there will be the municipalities just to give what are the issues that NPOs need to comply with. To respond to Honorable Marais on the policy for social workers to run NPOs. In terms of that, every civil servant has to disclose. So there is a process of disclosure which is managed by DPSA, where if such a thing is happening, the social worker needs to disclose. But also there is also ethics in each and every department. So the ethics officer is tasked with ensuring that they follow the ethics rules of an organization, of the particular organization. So there is no law per se, but there are processes in place to manage some of those incidences that are happening as asked by Honorable Marais. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Can I ask Nobola Limfengu to answer the 3 questions?
Okay, thank you, Acting DG. I think most of the questions you have responded to. And then in relation to the questions from Honorable Abrams, she asked on the issue of the slide on 5.8 billion. I think the slide is there in the presentation. And then the other question related to the ECD move to the DBE and whether, is that also attributed to the defunded organizations? So basically, what that slide is showing, it's basically the move from social development to the Department of Basic Education, the ECDs. Another question that Honorable Abrams asked was with regards to the ring fencing of the funds for the NPOs, and I think it's something that also the department we really need to consider and to look into. And there was a bilateral that we had recently with the National Treasury where we asked, this kind of a question, because what we have noticed is that when there is some form of a crisis, you find that the funds, for transfers suddenly are, diverted to other things, to deal with those crisis situations. And then the other question I think that came from Honorable Kwabaza was in relation to the department, whether, in terms of aligning our programs, are we just, funding NPOs because, they are in those particular areas or what, but the acting DG has highlighted, but just maybe to add, to say, for example, before the department funds an organization, there's some background work that is done during the strategic planning sessions in terms of identifying what are the priorities, what are the indicators of social development, the different research maybe that speaks to a particular program. Hence, when the provinces go and do those, when they go and do those briefing sessions to the NPOs, they already know in terms of what areas, are being targeted, who are the targeted beneficiaries or the intended beneficiaries. So I think those were some questions that, I can respond to.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I think we try to answer all the questions. If there's others, we let us know so that we can provide it in writing. Thank you very much, Chairpersons and the Honorable Member, for the opportunity.
Thank you, ADG, so much for even keeping to the time that we had allocated for the extension of this meeting. We appreciate the work that you are doing, and we appreciate also taking time to come through with these presentations that the honorable members have them. So if they need to refer to what you had to say today, at least there would be presentations that they can refer to and just clarify issues that might come as they use the information in their day-to-day work. I would like to, before we close this meeting, I've been trying to use my eyes to, oh yes, the Honorable DM is still here, just to give him a second, 2 seconds, in fact. I'll be generous and say 2 seconds before we close, just for your closing remarks, Honorable DM. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thank you very much for the questions that were raised. It will just help the department to strengthen its efforts. I would like to thank my A team, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable DM. I appreciate that you stayed with us even when we changed the situation. So that is appreciated a lot, because we know all of us have so many things that we have to look at. But I would be remiss in my responsibility if I don't thank the members of this portfolio committee for having been here and also for handling the change that we had to make with so much, maturity and accepting the changes that we had to make at the last minute. I think it matters that we had these presentations because we have been wanting, as members of this committee, to hear from the department with all these issues that have ensued, especially not least of which has been the budget cuts that are obviously directly impacting on the people that we are oversighting the services to. And so it has helped all of us for you to have come through here. So Honorable DM and your team led by the ADG, thank you so much. And to my colleagues, thank you so much. Let us get ready for the sitting at 3 o'clock. And hopefully we'll see you there. But until the next meeting, for which there will be obviously invitations and so on and so forth, thank you so much. I would like to declare this meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
I will end the meeting for everybody. Thank you very much, Tlalo.
Thank you, DSD. Thank you, Chair.